almost possible 50% chance that he sexually abused her because it was a civil case, not a criminal case. And also, that was bullshit. Thanks. I actually love my favorite thing the entire Trump administration so far has got to be the fact that he's weaponizing system to go after.
I look forward to hearing
He's
it.
not making up charges.
When did you
he's just
become
going after them for things
a
that they should
monarch?
be gone after for. Thanks. That's awesome. Meanwhile, as Joe, let's not forget that they tried to put Trump in jail. They tried to kill him. All right, let's not forget what they did to this man. Donald Trump has ended up on his hit list, and today I'm proudly joining that list. Hey, let's go! For my arrest last year, Donald Trump directed his Department of Justice to investigate W. And just in the last week, I've learned that his campaign has reached my own home. To get me, he's coming after my wife. Oh, you're white. You're white.
Well, they're
correctly domestic terrorism.
yeah, they're
From what I understand. Oh, is that who he's coming in? W. She fucking sucks, by the way. Public servant, a woman who's dedicated her life to supporting women and us. So he has done nothing. Meanwhile, California is literally fighting for the rights of sex traffickers to be able to continue sex trafficking children over the Mexico border. Well, other than having the temerity to advocate for what she believes in. If they can't intimidate me, they'll go after the mother of our children. Donald Trump picked the wolf target. Oh, we have nothing to hide. All right, just click the operations. What are you scared of? Right, what are you scared of? They're the grand jury to investigate. Okay, and it's nothing wrong. Well, take every record and read every page, but they'll be looking good. Wrong place. All right, because they really gotta find ways to look no further. At 16th Pennsylvania Avenue, Donald Trump is sorry. You know Trump. Never done that before. Pulling the presidency. He's running the largest cash case in American political history, trading for tariff relief for the profit of his golf courses, day trading the heroin and the resident desert, reaping hundreds of millions. Look, he's going to talk about day trading. This guy's a multi-millionaire, somehow as a governor. All right, like, are we serious? Millions of dollars in personal profit. And he's doing it openly. He's doing it on camera. He did it last night on the White House. He's doing it through cryptocurrencies. He's doing it through the receipt of a $40 million private jet from foreign government, which goes to the American government, not to him personally. He plans to keep when he leaves office. Oh, he does release. Heck, what are we even talking about? Through his son's ventures in countries where his own administration is simultaneously making policy. His personal fortune has skyrocketed by $4 billion since this is basically just a Trump bad, and it got him his return to office. Now, this is the behavior of a regime, not the public. And your White House has become a marketplace for sneakers and coins and watches, cologne, guitars, Bibles, and phones. Influence for sale, access for sale. And today, you think he's selling the country because people are buying his phones and Bibles? Yeah, it's absolutely opportunistic, don't get me wrong. But it is insane to think that is any different than the billions of dollars of fraud that's been used in California money. All right, dude, you're funding a fucking entire ecosystem of retard healthcare for illegal aliens. They just closed down so many of these, hospice centers because it was exposed for fraud over the last couple of months. Y'all fucking spend millions of dollars building a bridge that doesn't exist. My family and I can personally confirm that justice is for sale. Oh, the Trump that they're going after monsters and scam artists. I know he's watching because he watches everything. Yeah. I have a message for you. You can subpoena my records. You can investigate me. All right. You can harass me. Oh, put my name on every and any enemies list you have of my wife and family out of your personal vendetta. Oh, so the scabs are into your wife's name, is what you're saying? I'd like to say something to my wife. These times are not normal, they're not normal. About the whole time you can actually get his wife to listen to it when she's not cheating on it. Like Twitter videos. Barry, I love you, and I'm sorry he's doing this. You have not earned a single baby dignities that he's trying to make on me and our children. Tyrone is not worth it. And to Donald Trump, this country does not belong to you. does not belong to your purpose.
We voted for him.
Fight
You
your
look the American people, actually.
and you
The
are doing your
fanciest
best to
robes in
water
the
that down.
world are only half as handsome as a military. As the daughter of a king, I will not give
This
way to
country
such painful
of your
consequences.
corruption. That is
我が宿命で
And
あ
the
る
responses are
衣
just like,
川の
wow,
活
dude,
用
that
は
sucks.
今
Imagine if
日
the
多
wolf.
くて吉少なし
That's literally trying to kill this guy and jail this guy. Well, this is rich. Gavin is crying, demanding trouble with his wife alone. She might travel to California and become a mad fraud. Gavin is first thing to really thank my family and wife. They don't think this. Nothing. These words mean anything. Nick Shirley covered mass fraud in California. Gavin's first reaction was to smear Nick Shirley as a child predator. All right, but by investigating fraud? Like, what are we talking about? And the California taxpayer are paying for your government for billions and billions and billions of dollars of fraudulent unemployment. Dude, they're fucking killing him over this because obviously he sucks. And it's just wild to witness. Now, anyway, it gets even hairier. Alright, because we can actually start looking at what basically every single Democrat is saying. They're all saying the same thing. They hate America. Right, so the World Cup is going on. They're asking two Democratic representatives, who are you rooting for? World Cup is here. The first match this weekend at MetLife Stadium taking place in New Jersey. Even though last people saying it's technically New York, but what do you think will win it all? You're ready for it. Oh, I like Mexico. There you go. Senegal. Okay. Well, not a single one of these people is rooting for America. Because they hate our country, they hate our way of life, they hate our culture, they hate our civilization, they want to basically pillage us for themselves. It is so obvious, actually. And you just see them talking about them in every single person. Like, what are you doing? It's just a soccer game, you might say. But that's exactly what it strikes me as always saying. There are zero stakes. It's the easiest I care about America in the world, and they still can't support our country. In fact, they hate our country. Dude,
Taste my blade.
Stop doing shit like this, please. Every single person just in shock.
I fight for my lost freedom and my outraged daughters.
That actually didn't. That is the Democrat Party. New York Democratic Socialist candidate for Congress, Claire Valdez, all right, has something to say about her agenda for New York.
My enemies will choke on their own. The Iceni pay no more tributes.
Can't even make this shit up. Again, the Palestine was an obvious psyop of all time. A bunch of retards started a war and lost, like they started all the other wars and lost all those. Right? And for some reason, this became the Trojan horse of the land. They import infinite retards and brutal people into thinking that it's some just cause. Dog, I don't give a why the fuck? Is it Congresswoman from New York? Say we're winning the election. Too many palace of it. You can't even make this shit up. It's insane. Now the SBLC lost, right? The Southern Company lost a new Democrat Socialist.
20 cuts. It's big.
$1 million. Slumber in neo-Nazi group. They're even at a joint bank account. All right, dog. They literally created racism so that they can police money from people to fight racism. It's insane. Now it's just wild watching the left, even like the quote-unquote base libtard, all right, like Shane Gillis, all right, who's like he's edgy and like base, like even he's like Michelle Obama.
So, how do you feel about that? What do you think of Josh? What do you think of everyone saying Michelle Obama's a man?
No, I don't know that.
Didn't love it, but I've got 10%. Why? A lot of people say the opposite, that's why I don't
Who is the real barbarian?
I don't like that.
Warrior,
Yeah, I'm gonna go
you
Trump
will
pedophile.
not
Oh,
bet.
Michelle Obama, man.
My enemies will
It's
choke
just
on
crazy
their own
watching
blood.
retard logic. And again, I like Shane Gillis. I think he's funny. I think he's edgy and stuff, but it just goes to show at the end of the day, it's just an edgy libtard. They all do the same thing. Alright, it's great. It's great. Chicago City Council needs to reject parental accountability for teen takeovers. Alright, just understand teen takeovers is basically N-word riots. Alright, that's what teen takeovers are. It's a bunch of teenage black guys vandalizing businesses. Because they ain't American, white people or something. And of course, they asked Mayor Johnson, alright, hey, what do you have to say about these N-word riots? Oh, sorry, teen takeovers that are going on. I think she does. I think that's what he's trying to say. It's not allowed. You're not saying to criminalize things. Yeah, but also, I'm going to get you a call from I don't think that we need more opportunity for the people lighting cars on fire in the news stories. Fine, but as means to fix a problem. But I'm unapologetic about saying that. Biden was
My enemies will choke on their own blood.
It's a problem. That's the step.
It's the criminals on the board.
A problem that falls from everyone else. So this is in a problem. Those should reimagine the look. That's the neighborhoods for these children to come.
Socioeconomic condition of what the person fire. Actually, when a mayor says that criminalizing criminals is harmful, then we can actually investigate and get rid of this mayor. All right, it's insane. Really advocating for domestic terrorism or something. Now the Obamas, all right, after of course Michelle Obama called him in, very funny, obviously because her penis. I think personally, I'm going to debunk this conspiracy theory right now.
One word to describe your next chapter. One word. Fuck.
No, she's a woman. She's definitely a woman. Sorry, guys. Sorry, conspiracy theorists. She just proved it.
That's what you call it. I'm sick.
Yeah. Me. Wow. Classic. Am I right, guys? Let's go. Anyway, so the Obama Center ceremony begins, all right? Because they're opening the Obama Center. It's like a fucking prison from One Piece or some shit, right? They're an medieval torture area, all right? So they're opening up in this Obama Center, which looks like a piece of shit, which makes sense to be fair. I mean, it looks like something I see in Kenya. And hey, this is how they start off their ceremony of opening the library.
We'd also like to take a moment to recognize the original inhabitants
Hey there.
of the
Wanna
land
play a
upon which
game?
we're gathered today. We honor the Anishinaabe, the Council of Three Fires, the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and Potawatomi Nation.
So give it back! So give it back! It's the most empty country of all time. You know, I'm gonna actually care about this. I think I should give it back. Stolen land, nothing given back, built a communist monument on it, actual mental hurdles are a little bit. It is insane that anyone can take these people seriously. In fact, this entire situation with the opening ceremony for the Obama Center is just so sad.
来世でなければ
It's just literally the third worldification of our country. That is basically all of leftist policy. Right? A-left star MGE dies at 77. Family remembers her. Burning hatred for Trump. Just understand, libtard dies, Trump is remembered. It's just every time. You have no identity. You have no identity if you're up. It's fucking miserable. Of course, there's chaos in Times Square because in Mamdani, New York, shooting people out in the street makes sense because obviously it makes sense because there was a sports game or something. Obviously, ghetto wannabe gangs have been absorbed by the rampage after the Knicks games. Now they're just shooting people in public. No, so, I don't think, yeah. That's actually fucking insane that that's happening, right? Again, the third worldification of the country is the goal of the left, right? Alleged $38 million adult daycare scam, which is busted in Brooklyn. Oh, starring Pakistan. Unity here. No way. No way. That can't be. It can't be. It's us. Notoriously, this has never happened. This is easily one of the worst things Muslims have done in New York. After obviously electing Zoran Mamdani and destroying the Twin Towers. Anyway, Elon Musk is a trillionaire. What is the people on Snap? Oh, figure life. Yes, Elon Musk being a trillionaire makes the world better. People on Snap bombing CBS's is making the world worse. And this might be one of the most universal tweets I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, you just look at the quote retweeted. Elon Musk is not shoplifting cheese from Tesco. I have to ring a butler to get mouthfuls at CBS. Elon Musk never hiked behind a speaker flipped in his backpack. Correct. I mean, blood snap are about 1 billion times worse for the country than the guy building rocket ship to the regular guard. I hate having blood by door at night to stop trillionaires from breaking into my home. Those damn billionaires locking up the fucking cheese. I'm not stuck in line by Elon Musk at Walmart just to can't put his mind because I can't put SIMs on an E18 card. I waited 20 minutes for a Walmart employee to unlock a pair of razors from security checks for me. And it's not because Elon Musk is keeping them in his face. It's now locked behind glass cabinet because all of them billionaires. Elon is the reason Legos at Walmart are locked up. If billionaires and trillionaires suddenly disappeared, everything would get worse for me. If everyone on Snap disappeared, everything would get better.
내가 죽거든
Elon
우리
is
천 가운데
my
묻어둬.
kid at a middle war ceremony, and yells out, "Sit down, white boy."
두꺼비의 성남 모습은
Elon Musk.
군사의 모습입니다.
For 45 cents, proper wiring. It's actually okay, thanks, get serious. The third worldification of our country is the goal. Then we give it again, big UFC event, left of our term, but I can't afford groceries. Now, mind you, this UFC event was literally paid for by the UFC. Right? It wasn't even paid for by the government. But no, as about leftist politics, it's just like admitting I'm a jobless loser and woke retard. It's just absolutely miserable. In fact, being leftist, it's like the darkness inside you literally rots your body. The vessel rots as the darkness seeps out. Exhibit A.
Girl that flashed Charlie Kirk's going viral again. She got fat. She got fat. Really? That's really what they.
Oh, wow. Oh, no. This is apparently the same woman who flashed Charlie Kirk. She reappeared in a video and said something that's going to sing about Charlie. So this is the girl before, and she obviously is, she's pretty cute. She's skinny. This is her, this is her flashing the camera on the Charlie Kirk event to try to get his YouTube channel taken down. This was a big drama back in the day.
And this is, I mean, she just blimped out. She blimped out. She had all water.
The vessel was contaminated by the darkness within. And it's very obvious. The soul is black. The vessel that contains the soul slowly but surely corrodes, bots, and turns you into a worshiper of Nurgle. You got the fucking nose ring in. And you know what nose rings do? A lot of people it makes a signal. It's like, the tiki must not have fun. Must not have fun. Watch Jimmy Kimmel programming, right? Or like, I don't understand it works.
Well, god damn. Like, don't you get afraid to get married? Like, what happens if you get married to this girl, and then this is what happened?
And then she'll want to only be pretty and beautiful and sexy for her husband. People don't understand that marriage is actually awesome. Alright, and when you are actually a man in a marriage and you are a giver and your wife is the receiver of your giving, then she will do everything for you. I'm just being real here. Marry a good, conservative, God-fearing woman and she will look beautiful for you.
So this is the original clip?
Do you feel proud of yourself for debating college kids who are unprepared to speak in front of an audience like yourself? You're 30 years old. Do you think that's a little bit silly?
Are you a voter?
I am a voter.
Oh, so I vote, you vote. So I'm talking to voters of this country that will determine the future of Western civilization.
Who are you?
But no, and I'll bring it up onto the microphone. And oh man, that's bad. Well, now you can see, look how popular Trump is on your campus. That's I think you do. On your especially strong it's the silent, by the way, this was the silent majority it always has been. You're just not allowed to say it. There's no white races that are Nazi per se. It was always the silent majority. Pennsylvania, look who was right. And you said, well, worry about laws Congress should pass. I've asked what laws you're talking about. Can you be specific? She got to tip you.
I'm sorry, I'm nervous. This is what you do. This is what you do. You take people and you put them under the spotlight and you...
Well, I didn't ask for you to come up here. You voluntarily came to front of the line. You didn't have to do that.
You're purposely antagonizing people on campus, asking people to come up by spreading your weird agenda.
I love how the way that she explains herself. I wish the chatters would do the same thing to me, right? I mean, like, we never had that happen. So what's she saying now? This next girl. You should do that first time to get some exercise.
Of course, it is intentional. Yes.
Did you really not think about what would happen if he said yes?
And that's enough. What if you decided instead of trying to do these dumb things? Have you ever yeah. And they were having a conversation. And then you get up. She spoke to this guy, well, gets murdered viciously. And her first response is to dance on his grave, celebrate his death. It's honestly insane. Like, it's some human shit. They started asking me if I've ever made a woman cop. Oh my god. Different than others. But we don't feel a different place. But in Christ came to forgive sinners. He considered like it. I mean, he's making us dividing. He knows he's doing some good, man. We know that.
It's not even like, again, so here's the problem is that these people who vote.
Sperm is not good. Human beings, I hate that they want to do this. Human beings are created by a sexual reproduction. Sperm has to be eating to produce the
That's millennial. These are kids.
So that. You're Diddy?
Mr. Bob?
No. By the way, this is how the left manipulates language, by the way. Alright? Oh, you say love is good? Well, then are you like Diddy? Because Diddy was like a love guy.
Queen by
He made
title,
love to
but in
children.
deeds, a
Allegedly,
king.
the allegation. Don't want to catch that Diddy lawsuit. But this is like the classic leftist strategy. I'm gonna blow your mind here. One of the major leftist slogans is love is love. Alright? And that's basically saying, yeah, you should totally be okay with unbelievable, degenerate relationships of all time because they love each other and love is good, right? Basically, love is a very biblical concept. Love is a good thing. Alright? One of the major Bible passages that gets repeated multiple times is, and you love God with all your heart, etc. Like, love is obviously a very major biblical
Fanciest
concept.
roads
It's
in
like,
the
so love
world
is good.
are only
But what's
half
wrong
as
with two
handsome as a
gay
military
men loving
uniform.
each other and getting married and committing sins? And they use that as some sort of way to mentally mind fuck you to be like, holy shit, yo, you got me. Now this starts on troglodytes. Because obviously different things.
As the daughter of a
the same
king, I
word
will
can be
not give
different
way
things
to
in
such
different
painful
contexts. Like, for
consequences.
example, if you love murder, you think murder good. Oh, love it, love, I love murder.
藤原の
Obviously,
秀
that's
樹
murder.
のよ
So
う
if you love sin,
な
then
来
make
世
it
で
not
な
a
けれ
sin.
ば
They
返
try to
す
hit you with that gotcha all the time. Oh, but you said love is good. Love is good. Oh, well, what if I love sinning? Okay, well, then I hope you stop doing that and repent, actually. But anyway, word games are basically the way leftists try to make it. Kind of like loving your neighbor and I want justice and I want equality. Well, to actually critique a beer is certainly a tactic. This was him. It is an affront to my freedoms that these people have any. My boy Charlie cursed her and turned her into a landmill from beyond the grave. Oh my god. Yeah, basically. Oh, it's miserable. It's miserable watching people make you believe that we have to treat them with dignity and stuff. The left advertising the third worldification of America every day. Now, Europe had enough. America's heading to the direction of and third worldification. Europe is already there. They're already the third world. Sorry if you're hearing it for the first time, but we're there. So, different Lowe just released the Pakistani gang files, and we're going to talk about the responses to it. But first, I have to show you public sentiment. This is literally in the EU.
A good chief gives. He does. Warrior, you will not best me.
My enemies will choke on their own blood.
Window is destroyed. Alright, so quote
Any last
Stephen Miller,
words?
the oldest Jew I know.
I fight for my... The Iceni pay no more tributes.
The day before the lost one, which is that we need an organized strategy to go out, nothing or invasion, nothing violence. And I will wipe those notes out of the part of that theory. There's incredible sadness. There's incredible anger. And the thing about anger is that unfocused anger of mind rage is not a government. But focused anger, righteous anger, directed toward just cause is one of the most rewarded agents of change in human history. The last one is
So, drop rape gang inquiry report. Over 1 billion people have put this link and read through it. Way more are talking about it. This one post alone has over 45 million views on Twitter. This
You will not
reposted and covered
I
everywhere.
fight for my lost
by
freedom and my
civilians.
outraged
The
daughters.
media did not mention
The
it. I
Iceni
did
pay
it
no
3
more
days.
tributes.
It is, at the time of recording this, exactly
Dangerous
72
places are
hours
always
since this
alone.
drop. Okay? Understand. My bad, it's
我が宿命であ
1.5
る
hours since. Understand it has been 3 days. 3 days. And no mainstream media source covered the fact that it was exposed that there were 250,000
last
British
words?
children raped by Muslims in the United Kingdom. Okay? Understand the level of evil we're dealing with. Okay? Piers Morgan notoriously said, there are a lot of white English people I would trade for a good weekly chicken tikka masala. So I'll tweet of this. I'm not trying to make it seem like this was a response to this. It was like 6 months ago. But understand that this tweet is very real. You traded 250,000 British children, young girls, for your weekly chicken tikka masala. Understand what you have done to your country. The establishment meltdown is reaching new heights. Not that they're talking about the Britain gang, I don't know. They have decided that now Rupert Lowe is enemy number 1 for publishing it. Rupert Lowe is rapidly becoming a dangerous man you've never heard of. Well, you heard of me. Right, and to get there, we are breaching containment. Piers Morgan responds to the grooming gang scandal, stating many thousands of young girls were raped in the grooming gang scandal by Muslims.
我が宿命である。
crimes that were shamefully covered up by the authorities, but the 250,000 victim statistic was invented and looked at its independent report, massively exaggerated. He found an independent report that said that it was actually 250,000 children that were raped. Maybe it was only like 200,000 girls that were raped by Muslims imported into the country. Understand the level of evil we're dealing with, and this is your criticism. Just out of curiosity, Piers Morgan, what is an acceptable amount of young British girls that you would be okay with getting raped? What is the number that you're okay with, Piers Morgan? If a 250,000 seems exaggerated, maybe only like 100,000, would that be like okay? Just trying to understand exactly what's going on. So, anywho, thanks, you're not talking about this at Tucker Carlson. In fact, all of Podcastistan is ignoring it. All these people that claim to care about, I don't know, Palestine or something, seem to not give a shit about this at all. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, all these big voices, all the people talking about the Epstein files, none of them seem to care. Why are the two loudest, most obnoxious people about the Epstein files that sound about the UK Muslim rape gang? Two reasons. One, this report cannot be used to hurt President Trump. Or two, they both actually endorsed the Islamization of the West. Interesting. Then now, in fact, KvK and Thomas Massey, the two people pushing the Epstein shit, between them, they collected about $1 million from Islamist bankers, and suspiciously, they're both dead silent about one of the worst atrocities ever committed in Western civilization. What is sicker than importing barbarians to rape your children and then cover up the rapes so you don't see racism? It's one of the most abominable things ever done on such a massive, widespread scale across the whole Western world. It's just in England. Or let alone how many of these rape gangs are running around in Sweden and in France and in Germany and in Belgium and in America. And we don't even know about, the governments keep covering it up. It's an estimated 87 to 95% of the gang rapes being Muslim. You're going to tell me that this isn't something that we should be discussing? Right, Mr. Epstein guy? Just for the record, this is about 1 million times worse than Epstein, and it's not even close. The scale, the government cover-up, it's a nightmare. Marjorie Trader Green says this report detailed during the 250,000 girls dating back to the 50s have written mostly Pakistani men. Horrifying. I will also add the note was on the count for Epstein files, which is also bad. Unbelievable. Just actually unbelievable. It's like, yo, let's make the rape 250,000 British girls about Jeffrey Epstein. Complete silence from the BBC on a rape gang report. A truly despicable organization. 2 million views, 150,000 likes, and that's just true. It is unbelievably shocking. With English, it says, yeah, we're not going to cover the industrial rape of our country. All right, so Woodward Lowe was actually on Sky News, and they started asking about something else, but he shifted to talk about the rape gangs, which is obviously, in my opinion, the biggest story out there right now, anywhere on the planet, at least it should be, and they cut the interview.
Checked, I think, by a failing policy, and if you read my rape gang inquiry, which came out, crowdfunded by 20,000 people, and choose to, I don't know what it's
The British government refused to do the investigation.
I've come to senior government, but everyone should read it. It's absolutely vile what's been happening, and the late party are right to the centre of it.
Mr. Lowe, thank you very much for talking to Sky News. Thank you to Thank you, Lowe.
This, they just cut it off immediately. Did you read the? I noticed if you covered the rape gang inquiry. Mr. Lowe, thank you for coming. We have to go. This is from Congressman Randy Blaney, Florida Congressman. Muslim migrants raping 250,000 like British girls. Will view with the full support of the British government may be the most outrageous crime against children since the Holocaust. Democrats are more outraged over a patriotic UFC fight than 250,000 British girls being raped by Pakistani Muslims. That says it all. The truth. Representative Brandon Gill. All right, we got some goats in America fighting the good fight. I just have to say.
And you've seen what's happened in the DFW Metroplex, where you've seen mass Islamic migration transforming communities right here in places that you wouldn't otherwise expect. And again, this is something that if we don't stop now, it's going to be my daughter and daughters across the country who are going to be going to schools wearing burqas. And that's the kind of stuff that we want to stop. We want to recognize that our job is to protect and conserve as conservatives. We should want to conserve the America that we got to grow up, and you do not do that by bringing in cultures who have very different ideas about freedom of speech, religion, separation of church and state, the dignity of women, the role of women in public life. We have very different conceptions about how Muslims and non-Muslims interact. And those different ideas matter. And this is a good example of that.
Damn. And again, it's Congresswoman Yasamin Ansari. Interesting. Again, notice how every single foreigner congressman and congresswoman is literally leftoid that's trying to import more retards. Understand? Brandon Gill, like they were racist and useless Republican in Congress. That's saying something. Calling us racist will work anymore, says Brandon Taylor. This is a quote from the rape gang. Before they raped me, they would chant Bismillah, Irrahman, Irrahim. Translation, in the name of Allah, most gracious and most merciful, and then they will rape this child. Okay, understand? You calling me racist doesn't work anymore. Right, and the massive
Fanciest robes in the world.
now,
Where's Mark?
this year already. So Tyson Gunsel, 17-year-old, was executed by a
As the
gang of
daughter of a
Somalis.
king, I will not give way to such painful
Somali second degree murder was unconditional release from CPS. Right? Ryan Robert Boulder evading charges, alright? And Ahmed Boss again, evading charges, priors including and firearms. And Ahmed Suad evading charges. Understand exactly what we're doing. Alright, so number 3 of 4 are Somali Muslims that murdered this innocent guy, and they all had prior. Just let them back out in public. This is in fact a major issue everywhere. Left-wing soft on crime policies high with importing infinite retards and destroying. Alright, now again, in the United Kingdom, do you know what the response is to the grooming gang inquiry coming out? We have so much information now. Mass rape of British girls by Pakistani Muslims. Guess how the left responded? Straight and God, straight, 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 straight. It's not under attack. What do we do? No, my friends are under attack. And it's pretty awesome that this is coming from a Village Spring having transgender Satanist. You can't even make this up, I don't think. It's honestly insane. It really is. So this man's daughter was kidnapped and abused by a Pakistani rape gang. He tried to rescue her from the property. And the British police arrested him for it.
I got a phone call. Say me, this was. So I come across this family bank next to stay. I come across and I saw him then within probably 5 minutes the police car arrived. They asked me what I was doing. I told them they arrested me and something back to where I live and they arrested me. So obviously I'm signing house again and I'm getting more and more frustrated. So I come back home and took for that. Maybe about 20 minutes. So within you see we mix a van pulled up this time and I think it was so off me is this the arrested me, took me down to the police station. Took me to the police station. They didn't take me to me, they used to charge people in that. Straight through into the middle, in cells. So I'm in there. About half an hour later, the police got me, come on, you do it. I'm like, what do you mean? Just follow me. So I followed them. They took me through offices and out from the big police station. They put me in like exactly, and they walked me back to the flat. I'd be arrested for stalking.
Look at that, his daughter getting raped by migrants. He goes there and they arrest him for stalking. Like, do you understand the level that's been going on? To this absolute dead silence of all of mainstream media. You know, Shane Gilbert, Hassan Piker, they don't give a shit. Alright? None of them care. This is a 13-year-old girl telling how scary it is to go to school.
Give me a party.
You go to a local school.
Yeah.
You would do this area all your life?
Yeah.
And you know, the problem at school, can you just elaborate kind of what you have?
Asian boys coming up to me and saying,
Pakistani little baby.
I'm gonna rape you.
Yeah, it's not fucking Japanese people that are doing this, for the record.
And if you don't go with me, I've got to punch you in the face with a knuckle of stone. And if you don't, give me a blowjob.
And this is happening at the school to several girls in its own individual case.
No, it's a to love skills.
Do you think the teachers unreasonable?
Look, imagine having a Zoom and you decided you are going to put polar bears in the same exact environment as penguins. And you're going to put them in the same enclosure, and you're going to see what fucking happens. This is what they are doing on an industrial scale in the UK. They are taking retards from the third world, and they are putting them with sheltered, innocent girls that they're banned from social media ban. They don't even know what's happening. And you just don't expect the animal instinct to take over these fucking sand barbarians that they're putting in the same enclosures as these people.
Correct, or whatever.
Yeah.
We probably let it be.
They go to their local mosque and the local imam explains to them how actually subjugating and raping white women is your right as a Muslim. Alright, it is your, they are infidels actually. Right? And you really took it like that. That's just a whole culture. Right? They should be, they're lucky to be able to experience a little culture so firsthand.
And if the city program for custom, and immigrants like yourself will be targeted by Asians to be in this particular area, because it was an accurate description of what's happening.
Yes.
Have you contacted the police regarding something to America?
Yeah.
What's the police response has been?
This is looking to that.
What's your teacher's response been?
どこが
藤原の秀衡の王は来世でなければ
Spend it for 2 weeks.
Yes.
There's also an accusation that you Asian males are hanging outside schools in flash cars, basically intimidating girls like yourself, even with first is that the case.
Yeah.
And this is happening once a week, twice a week,
Every day.
every day.
Yeah.
And the authorities know terrible anything about it. How do you feel when you're targeted by these people?
I feel intimidated by them. And scared.
Imagine an entire culture that has, listen man, Western civilization made a lot of progress since the Dark Ages. These guys didn't get to the fucking Dark Ages. Understand, 13-year-old girl talks about how scary it is. It's fucking insane. Why are those girls living like this? This is unreal. Judge granted Jamaican pedophile the right to enter Britain as Oregon would breaches human rights. Well, we're not arguing with this.
I shall become your nightmares incarnate.
You know, the liberal white woman that's fighting against injustice or something, and they did this to you. Right? Elon Musk says before the enormous iceberg of evil. And the truth is, because as the goal sitting streaming the entire UK rape gang report, he apparently just did this. But now, the truth of the matter is, it's citizen journalists that are saving the world. Right? Every single person, every single retard that's sitting there and preaching women's rights and stuff like that, my misogynistic ass that says that a woman actually would be best off if she was married to a husband that loves her and wants to take care of her and has a lot of children. I am the one actually defending women's rights. You know, the right to not get raped by a barbarian in preschool. As the guy that everyone's shitting on for saying that women are going to be out of job when AI takes over or whatever. He's the one that's fighting for women. Not any of these leftists that are literally covering this up. Not any of these feminists that are afraid to be called. It's so good. It's the most dystopian thing in the world. It really is.
Hello, we are European and American patriots. Tomorrow, I will do some things to guys.
Actually, I'm going to show you this. Just you. But you have to understand the response that the rape gang inquiry was getting from people. Because it will. The response should radicalize the fuck out. It really should.
You will not.
County lines are phone lines,
I
not
fight for my lost freedom
You
and my
can't traffic
outraged
people over
daughters.
them. The rape. And it's many such cases. Gang inquiry report is junk. Alright, so this video has 4 million views.
Watching a spider crawl on its victim. My enemies will choke on their own. We must conquer or die!
How the fuck can you even have that reaction? Like, again, in the rape gang inquiry, which I covered briefly before, you know, some of the more viral excerpts, it's Pakistani Muslims, like 4 of them, taking a Jack Daniels bottle and shattering it inside of the vagina of a 13-year-old girl, and they rape her from every angle. Okay, I don't think you can possibly understand the levels of brutality that was seen. It is women getting their tongues nailed down to wooden boards while they get branded M for Mohammed as they get raped over the course of years. Right? I don't think you understand the level of depravity we're witnessing. So when you see a left boy doing this. This is the woke Jewish lady for sure, by the way, right? Listen, a lot of people are anti-Semitic over here. But again, you have to understand what we're dealing with. This is libtard illegal victims over here giggling as her response to 250,000 girls getting raped.
Who's the real
Trying to
barbarian? Taste my blade!
My enemies will choke on their own blood.
219 pages. So
The ice may pay no more tributes.
Let's try them. Because on page 11,
Dangerous
we
places are
find
always alone.
following. Each
藤原
area
の
of the
秀
same
秀
text
の
we use were trafficked
来
across
世
county
でもあれば
lines.
返せばいい。
County lines are phone lines, and you don't even have to do a lot of digging to find that out, right? Literally, all you have to do is Google what is a county line.
Yeah, so 250,000 girls raped by Pakistani Muslims, but actually they weren't trafficked to Pakistan, so not so bad.
County lines are the way that urban drug dealers get their
Any
drugs out
last
of
words?
areas. They have phone lines that people can call. Those are county lines. So you cannot traffic somebody over a county line unless you're trafficking them over a phone line.
Well, they're talking about being trafficked from like one area to the other area, right? That's obviously what's being discussed.
They'll probably deter. They're literally taking girls and shipping them around the country. Some of them actually were shipped out of the country.
That's what's being said.
Which I guess is technically possible if you're also selling a phone line via that phone. So if they haven't understood the basics of how the drug network works in this country, then they have absolutely no hope of understanding grooming gangs, because grooming gangs are cartel enterprises. That is
The cartels.
grooming gang. Right? It's a criminal gang. And none of that, I'm going to assume that line in the Red Gang Inquiry report has made it into the Red Gang Inquiry report, because if it had,
They didn't even read it!
no, the county lines are phone lines and not county demarcation lines, and therefore you don't get trafficked across the border.
我が宿
I'm
命
going to
で
leave
あ
this
ろう。
video because I will start banging my arm against the desk. But I hope this gives you some idea of how little research these guys have done. They've also put up stuff in there about what's meant about.
A new adventure.
You didn't even read it.
Raping 250,000 British girls. That probably is what signified it, yeah.
They turned everywhere they all free. Good.
Yeah. Yeah, that happens everywhere, actually. It's not even remotely controversial to say. Oh, it's controversial because people are retarded. Don't like truth. But it's true! It's literally true.
There are 2 billion Muslims on the planet.
Yeah, thank God most of them are not here. Thank God most of them are in whatever the fuck green card world they're in. Listen, man, what do you want me to say?
I do think it's literally everywhere. But anyway, that's a story for another day. Yeah.
Dude, the United Arab Emirates has placed a ban on Muslims going from England to the UAE because they say that the Muslims that are in England are too radical. Are you retarded?
Well, yeah, you're right. It's because in the Muslim countries they just be killed.
That's right. Because under Sharia law, you sleep with a woman that you're not married to, you get 100 lashes in public. Alright, and that can kill you. Alright? That could actually kill you. 100 lashes, not a joke. And that happens to your friend, and you will not rape anyone anymore, actually. Sharia law is draconian because it is developed to enforce laws on savages. So yeah, you're right. I think that the Muslim issue in the UK, personally, the United Arab Emirates, for example.
Reason why. That's why they come to Britain to rape people. It's because when they did Pakistan, they begin death penalty. I don't even know. This is shit you're smugly and glibly debunking by nitpicking semantics, fucking evil freak. Exactly. You have no idea how bad the report is. To give you an idea of scale, during the rape of Nanking, Japanese soldiers were estimated to have raped 20 to 80,000 Chinese women. The report estimates that at least 250,000 women were victimized by these Muslim rape gangs. When Fiona's mother called the police to report her daughter missing and mentioned a history of abuse by Asian men, the call handler told her, "You can't describe them as Asian men because that's racist. You should just be glad you're was being taught into a different culture." On one occasion, a police officer returned Fiona to the house where the abuse was occurring, and they told the men to have fun with her. Even the UK Reddit covered this more than mainstream media. It's a hard read, unfathomable. I think you read this, you actually read what's being allowed to happen to avoid bad optics.
It's crazy out there in this country.
It'll be interesting watching people
The 26.
funking this video than actually solving the problem. Yeah,
Everybody's scared. He's the outside.
Finally, it's the same thing. Here's Morgan said the same exact thing. Actual monkeys in suits, these people. It's insane. Many thousands of young girls raped. Doesn't mention the fact that they were Muslim early gangs, obviously. And then up to 250,000 is invented, but a different independent report said it's not true, actually. Perpetrators and their families who stood by them need deporting. I am. Even Reddit, dude. Even Reddit. Yeah, this preached containment big time, but not in the mainstream media. They're still covering it up. I won't do that. That's too mean. My reaction when 250,000 white girls get raped by Muslims. These are monsters, demons. Demons that have learned human speech, but yet can never properly be purpose. Now, a lot of people are finally being brave to talk about the Islamification issue that's happening across the way. This guy over here, Bashir Hullah Safar, was just sentenced to 18 years in prison for stabbing and trying to kill cops in New Jersey. Safar shouted Allahu Akbar during the attack, told prosecutors that he planned to join ISIS. And yet this is not even in the news. Yeah, it's not even in the news. We only know about this because people on Twitter figured the story out and it went viral. It's heartbreaking. This just happened, by the way. This is a new story. But hey, it's just an Islamic terror attack. Motives unclear. He just shouted Allahu Akbar. But it could mean anything. Now, Syrian invader Ahmed Mohammed Waqafi convicted of a sex attack on a 12-year-old British child. Yet, won't leave the country living in a taxpayer-funded hotel. This is, again, also in the video.
Pedophile! You're a danger to children! Ahmed Mohammed! You're a danger to children! You're a pedophile!
Imagine, and the government does nothing but make sure that these guys can get out of prison as many times as fucking possible. Now, again, one of the things I keep saying,
Queen by title, but in deeds, a king.
After all, there are white rapists too. I mean, there's Christian pedophiles and Jewish pedophiles, so maybe it's not the religion. Well,
A good chief gives. He does not take.
Radicalization with nuts and heart. These are young boys dressed in women's clothing, given makeup, and forced to perform sexual dances for wealthy Muslim men before they get raped by them. Does this sicken you? This should sicken the fuck out of you. I don't even want to play it because the rest is even more like atrocious. It really is. It's unbelievable. But yeah, I feel like this is educational content, by the way. This is accepted in Afghanistan, right? Because the thing is, Westernization has taught you that actually, all these people are they're just good people with different cultures that you have to accept.
The fanciest robes in the world are only half as handsome as a military uniform.
Enough of being angry. We're fed up. We're ready to explode. And you people on the West Bank, how long will you keep silent? I want to see knives. It costs 5 shekels. How much is a Jew's throat worth? 5 shekels or even less? God willing? Make believe that this is just a culture that can just magically integrate into Western society if you just import them by the million. Right? This is a popular Islamic scholar with millions of followers. He's everywhere. Zakir Naik blames them for using girls who do not comply
Queen
with
by
Islamic dress
title,
code.
but in deeds,
It's
a
their own
king.
fault, actually.
As the daughter of a king, I will not give way to such painful consequences.
Anyway, it's just a money. It's just a movie. Me, I move it. And if you do need to put the office, you gotta go the site.
藤原の秀衡の王
Number
は
one is
来世でなければ
because they come this way. Then, to see what they got to tell them. Number two, sequel that is taken in the two. Number three, sequel that is blue. Number third, is that the cost of the schools. With all of this that you have solution of it. Right in the second one, you can just say, and if you have, and you love it, it's an interesting place. It's a ridiculous. I feel nice. I need to distinguish them. That if this not injustice to be the girl, you have to think another. Because that doesn't look like a distance. It doesn't that would be this. This would be that. I didn't like to go in the difference. Honestly, this one except things
Who is the real barbarian?
Taste my blade!
this gun doesn't.
I fight for my lost freedom and my outraged daughters.
These people get excited and
Dangerous places are always alluring. My enemy, the Arsenal pay no more tributes.
I'm sorry. Listen, man, they are directly stating, and by the way, they have like little girls in burqas, okay, already. Just understand what we're dealing with. I wonder what they're attracted to. Right, we are bringing them into a culture, and they really say that the woman's not wearing a hijab, the woman gets raped, it's her own fault. She failed the test of the law. And, well, that's it. And he just had to rape her, I guess.
Does that mean that the boy like
Oh, is it really his fault, though? Again, this is a scholar with millions of followers. Right? What am I even supposed to say? But this is the culture. Right? Kasama introduces his third wife, Anna, to wife number 1 and 2. Are you ready for the twist? Britain let them immigrate as a nice big family with lives. This is their culture.
It's the first time his wife's Kina and Bina is from.
Who is the real barbarian? Warrior, you will not best me.
My enemies will choke on their own blood.
She's not super happy about it. She says it's British English
Any
because
last
actually
words?
Britain recognizing overseas polygamous marriages, households actually receive an extra £125 per week for each additional wife. W. So all the son is juggle freelance, and in that way you can get a nice lean 375 pounds a week.
This was
Dangerous places are always
And it is so
alluring.
awkward the way in the juggle all 3 wives in modern British culture because they don't want to offend his religion. Understand the level of tongue for you. May 18th, Dominique Shockey is arrested for burglary, drugs, and possession of illegal gun. June 13th, he is released from jail on $4,000 on June 16th, commits armed carjacking. Wow, and his case is soft on crime is really not good. Black people actually that are really mad at Austin Metcalf dying only once. I'm not exactly sure what they're mad about. Carmelo Anthony gets arrested for murder, and now we've got a new trend on Black TikTok of kids dancing in what they call the Austin Bomb, right? Which is stabbing themselves in the chest with a knife, which is the way Austin Metcalf was killed. But for some reason, we're not doing anything about this cultural issue. We're supposed to make believe that this is just totally normal and acceptable behavior. Just live with it, actually. Just understand. Wow. It is revealed that the man that charged with murdering a pregnant mother and her unborn son in Atlanta was released early from prison for murder just 2 years ago. Served 11 months. This guy, Devin Anthony. They just let him out of jail.
Wanna play a game?
Just let him out.
These are those documents outlining a plea deal. They show 26-year-old Devin Lamar Anthony pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter in the 2021 shooting death of another man. He served just 11 months and was released on probation.
This is fucking crazy. That dude should have been executed. Okay? We do not need to live like this. We do not need to live like this. Being forced to live like this by retards on top. Don't want to punish criminals. They let this shit happen in faster. I'm sorry. I don't care if your culture is accepts these things. My culture isn't. And therefore, if you want to be part of my society and my civilization, Western civilization, you either assimilate or leave. And I'm tired of making believe, oh, that's just culture in that ghetto neighborhood. No, that's not acceptable. They could go to Africa. You should get radicalized because some cultures are actually just inferior and aren't assimilating, and radical change needs to happen. The very least is enforcing our actual law. And we need to start executing like murder.
And right here, a judge ordered him to never possess a weapon or firearm. And now Anthony is charged with malice murder in the death of 23-year-old Shakaya Pridgen.
The thing, this didn't need to happen. This didn't need to happen. All they needed to do was fucking execute this retard. Murder guy. And that would be it. Right? That would be it. We don't need to deal with this.
Pridgen's mother tells Planet News First Anthony was her daughter's ex, the father of her unborn child.
She's doing everything a mother stands to do, and we will get justice. You just don't know how strong this family is together.
Pridgen.
Notice how this guy, you don't have the Carmelo Anthony people shouting and screaming that actually he should get out of jail. What's the difference? What's the difference between this and the other? Oh, it's because the murdered a white guy. and they want to legalize killing white people. But this is pretty bad, actually. Isn't it weird how this happens? Man, the noticing just gets too strong.
She was 9 months pregnant. Just this past weekend, friends and family threw her baby shout. She was due any day. Bullet holes are still visible on this window. Shattered glass on the ground. Her father says that she was shot through her bedroom window, while her children, ages 1 and 3, slept right beside her.
Look at that. Single mom at home, murdered. 2 children watched her die. And just understand the level of evil that we have to deal with as a society. Because we don't want to offend these people. We don't want to be racist or homophobic. We don't want to intrude on their cultural practices. I guess killing each other in the streets.
It took the time to 8 shots.
What an absolute nightmare. We should have to make believe this is wrong. We just have to make believe this is just a thing to go through. Yeah, I really don't think so. So, Nate Friedman, citizen journalist, saving the web. He went to England to actually look into this Islamic takeover, and it's a million times worse than you could possibly imagine.
It feels as though Islam is taking over the West. Would you agree? Yes.
Oh! Also, those coincidence, there are a lot of rape gangs in Birmingham. It's just a funny coincidence I just thought of right now.
Well,
the open field meta in Rise of Kingdoms is constantly changing, so today I'm going to be bringing you guys my updated guide for the very best PvP armies in the entire game. Whether you're running 1 army, 3 armies, 5 armies, or even 7 armies in Rise of Kingdoms, this video has you covered, and you can use the chapters below to jump to the part of the video that you care about the most. But before we jump in, of course, what's going on, guys? Cheers! Now, as you guys know, I'm a partner creator with Rise of Kingdoms, so if you want more Rise of Kingdoms content, drop a like down below and use the hype feature on mobile. It really helps out the channel a ton because we are so close to 100,000 subscribers. Now, with that out of the way, let's jump right into the tier list because Al Arslan has been in the game for a couple of weeks now, and we've seen hundreds of players use him across multiple PvKs, and the data is in. We know who the best pairs are now, so let's pop over to the tier maker. Really quick, before we get into this list, I want to try something different with this video. Go ahead and comment down below what your best lineup looks like in Rise of Kingdoms in the open field right now, okay? Tell me what you are running, and then at the end of this video, reflect back on that and check to see are your armies similar to what I would recommend here. If not, maybe there's an opportunity to improve your armies, or you can let me know why you think your armies perform better than what I mentioned in this video. It's going to be an interesting experiment, so let me know down below. Logically, the best place to start with this video is the single best march in Rise of Kingdoms in June of 2026. The answer is Emperor Qin with either Zhuge Liang or YSG. Now, I personally prefer Zhuge Liang because he's a bit more supportive, but if all you care about is damage, you can use the YSG. Or if you don't even have the Zhuge Liang, this is totally fine. But it's pretty cut and dry. If you're running 1 army in the game, this army does it all. It is the highest DPS in the game. It is always trading insanely well. It's frankly the only downside here is it's a little bit slow on the battlefield, but because it deals so much damage, it almost doesn't even matter if you get caught out of position because you're still going to trade well. So this is, in my opinion, the very best march in Rise of Kingdoms. So right now, it's almost not even close. And that's coming from somebody like myself, who is much more invested in infantry than I am in any other troop type. I mean, my infantry stuff is just the best in my account. And even with that being said, the Emperor Qin just outperforms. It is what it is. Emperor Qin still reigns supreme as the best commander in Rise of Kingdoms. With that being said, if you're playing 2 armies in the open field, this is where we have to talk about infantry, okay? if I were running 2 marches in Rise of Kingdoms, it would be these 2 marches right here. The only variation there might be a Liu Che instead of Bai Chi. I think Bai Chi hits a little bit harder, but Liu Che has really nice synergy with Sun Tzu's kit. He also has a rage engine with the combo attacks and the expertise there. So there's an argument to be made for both of these, but I think the safest single infantry march in the game right now is Sun Tzu Prime primary with Bai Chi secondary. Those are the 2 best marches in Rise of Kingdoms. There's no asterisks here. There's no, but what about, oh, but there's a, no. These are the 2 best marches, pretty much hands down, and I know that, like, cavalry are in a little bit of a weird spot right now. I think cavalry, frankly, have the short end of the stick. We'll talk about that, and that's not to say they have bad armies. They have incredible armies, but I think cavalry's real time to shine is going to be later this year when you see the next generation cavalry. That's what I'm personally paying close attention to, because I think that's really going to change the field meta. The cavalry finally get another dedicated combo commander. We'll talk about that in just a second. Okay, so these are the 2 best marches in the game, in my opinion, right now. What about moving to a 3 army lineup? Well, of course, this is where we do, in fact, have to talk about cavalry, and we can't talk about cavalry without talking about Achilles, okay? Now, Achilles has a couple of different pairs. If you want maximum damage, then you're going to run Arthur with Achilles. And for a while, I would say this was the de facto, just single best cavalry march in the game. I mean, the damage is through the roof. Now, with that being said, I have to admit that this march, if you can control this march in the battlefield really well, and you're super careful with overextending and playing correctly, this march is going to be your best bet. However, that's in a perfect world, and we unfortunately don't live in a perfect world, and in many cases, you're actually going to find that this march is just a glass cannon. I tried running this march in my Zone 5 fights, but frankly, if you're running into a massive enemy ball and you're outnumbered, then this march is not going to perform as well as the other 2 marches that we have here on the tier list. So, with that being said, I will say that Genghis-Khan, I think, does at least deserve to be talked about as part of the single best cavalry march in the game. Okay? Now, if you want maximum tankiness, you're going to use Genghis-Khan as the primary. If you want a little bit more damage, you're going to do Achilles primary here. Either way, I think you're going to find that this march works really well. I think most players would argue that the Arthur Achilles is the way to go here, so I am going to kind of stick to that. But again, you have to talk about Genghis-Khan here, because in situations where the open field is just not ideal, you will see better reports running the Genghis-Khan with Achilles than you will with the Arthur Achilles. It just is what it is. I mean, in those situations, you just prefer tankiness, right? And I think this is where, you know, the nuance of the open field meta comes from situational awareness, right? Like, some people might say, okay, King Arthur Achilles is the best march in the game, right? And that's because they have the best equipment, the best armaments, the best inscriptions, and they run up against the enemy that they outnumber 2-1 or 3-1. And in that case, yeah, you're going to absolutely dominate with this march, right? And again, I think that's why there's a little bit of disagreement amongst the community about what the best armies actually are, because everyone has different KvK matchups, they have different experiences. You know, if you're in Imperium versus a CC, you just have a different play style, you have different KvK experiences overall, so it's going to vary quite a bit there. So again, I do just want to mention that, like, if you need the tankiness, you've got no choice. You're running the Genghis-Khan with Achilles. If you're not worried about that, then of course you're going to run the King Arthur with Achilles. Those are the ways to go. Now, the best 4-army lineup is super subjective, because you can make an argument for a bunch of different troop types filling in that 4th army slot. So what I'm going to do is actually just go ahead and share with you what I think are the best 5-army lineups. And then if you're a 4-army player, you can decide which of those makes the most sense for your account based on your equipment, based on your commander investments, your armaments, and things like that. Honestly, I feel like the 4-army lineup is pretty niche. I don't know that many players that are running 4 armies. Usually you're running between 1 to 3, or you're running 5 to 7. The best 4 armies is kind of just upgrades to the best 5 armies, right? I mean, like, it is what it is. So with that being said, let's talk about the best 5-army lineup in Rise of Kingdoms. And really, in my opinion, there are 2 ways to run this, right? You're either going to do 2 infantry, 2 cavalry, 1 archer, or you're going to do 2 infantry, 2 archer, 1 cav. And the common denominator there is that right now, infantry have the best 2-army lineup, in my opinion. And so either way, you're going to be running 2 infantry kind of no matter what, and that's the place that we're going to start, okay? So you've got a couple of ways that you can run this, okay? I think the number one way that most players are running this right now is you're sticking the Baichi with the Liu Che. This is a tried and true march. It works super well, and then you just slap the William behind the Sun Tzu Prime, and you are good to go, right? I have been experimenting over the last KvK and a half running this instead. I really like this. I think this makes your Sun Tzu march even stronger, where the Baichi with William Wallace still looks solid. That being said, I've also been testing this during my current KvK, and the results of Baichi Liu Che can't be ignored. It is just straight up a good army. So no matter how you want to run this, it's up to you. In the past, I've been pretty adamant on this. At this point, with my current KvK and the progress that we've made, I'm leaning a little bit more towards this now. It's up in the air, and it just depends on your gear, right? If you have one set of infantry gear that is far superior than the other one, then you're definitely going to want to run these. Okay, you want the best gear on the Sun Tzu Prime, you throw it with the Liu Che, and you're good to go. You may even argue running something like this if that is the case, right? And really maximizing the DPS there with the Baichi. But if you have two sets of gear and armaments that are very similar to one another, then I think you could much more easily make the argument for something like this, okay? So however you want to run that, however makes the most sense for you, you can pick based on your account and based on what I just said with the gear. And really, I guess this is kind of the answer for the best army lineup, in my opinion. I mean, it is what it is. Now that I think about it, I don't know if I would pick any other troop type above infantry for best army lineup right now. That being said, if you're going to run 2 cavalry, what exactly does that look like in June of 2026, okay? Well, you've got a couple of options, and primarily that involves breaking up your Achilles with your Arthur, okay? So whether you run Achilles, Gang and John, or Gang and John Achilles, however you run that, that's up to you. Again, if you want something more tanky, you go with this. If you want more damage, go with this. You could just tweak that based on your KvK matchup, right? If you're dominating the field, go with this. If you're on the back foot, go with this. And I think that's how you can sort of get the best results out of that run, okay? That being said, were you going to pair it with your Arthur, okay? Well, I think it's pretty cut and dry. The best pairing is either the Hector, or you can run the David if you have the David. This pairing is for those people that they already have the David, and, you could just pop off the field with this. That's the way that you want to go, okay? But if you don't have a David Garrison, then I would say the King Arthur with the Hector is the way to go here. Of course, if you don't have the Hector or the David, then you're kind of forced to run something that's a little bit subpar, in my opinion, and that falls something like the Philip. The Arthur Philip is something that I haven't even really entertained with KvK. It's just too squishy. It just dies, right? I mean, it just dies. And in the same camp as that is the King Arthur with the William, okay? They're basically these two different armies. They rhyme, okay? They're very similar, different flavors of the same sauce. It's Coke versus Pepsi, okay? Some people go for Coke, some people go for Pepsi. I personally prefer the William because he actually has damage on the active skill, and the extra rage for your armies that actually do damage really moves the needle. But again, if you're running one of these, you're running a subpar march for your second army, or cavalry at least. You want the Hector or you want the David, in my opinion. That's how I would do it. The other thing we also have to take into account here is that some people are still running one Delta March and one skill damage march for cavalry because of the most recent rework to the wedge formation. Some people have held off on converting their best cavalry wedge stuff to Delta because of that rework. If that is you, then I would say you would run something like this, where you do the Achilles with Gang and John, however you run that, but then you do the quad with King Arthur. This is the most well-rounded sort of way to do this. You'll notice here that the Gang and John Achilles is kind of just the combo Delta version of the quad with Arthur, right? I mean, you've got a massive AoE damage in the secondary, and a tanky sort of healing commander in the primary slot, and that's how you can do that. The other way you can do this would be something like the Jill with Arthur, and this is a march that, frankly, in the perfect scenario, I can see this working really well with Wedge 2, but that's almost more so on paper, because, again, this is just so glass cannon that I really struggle to find players that would rather run this over the Hua, right? I just, I get why people run that, but personally, I would point you in this direction. Not saying that you can't run the Joe, but I think that the stars kind of have to align there with your KvK matchup, and it's just stomping in the open field. That's when you can run that. That being said, that's how I would do this, okay? That being said, if we're going to do a 5-army lineup with 2 archers, 2 infantry, and 1 cavalry, then how would you split these up? Well, the answer is pretty clear, in my opinion, now that we've got sort of the consensus from the community and all the different battle forts and everything, you're going to be running Al-Arslan primary with Herman Prime secondary, okay? I mean, that's just how you're going to do it. There's really not much wiggle room or debate here anymore. A lot of people were talking about, like, running the Young here or something, and, like, that's just, you're just not doing that, right? You know, even the Herman Prime primary, the speculation was, and I made the speculation as well, that the support tree would be more tanky, and you would prefer that. You also have the active skill with the AoE here on the primary. That's just not how it's working in real world fights, okay? Al-Arslan primary with Herman Prime secondary, that's how you're going to run this, and it's kind of open and shut casing. There's really not much else to discuss there about a 2-archer lineup. This is pretty much how you're going to run it, okay? Now, from there, depending on how your account is built and how you chose to run your 5-army lineup, we're now going to talk about the best 6-army lineup, and it should come as no surprise that really we're just going to combine the 2 best 5-army lineups, okay? So really, it's going to look something like this, where you've got the basically de facto best 2 archers and the 2 best infantry, and then the cavalry are going to depend on how your account is built. And this is kind of what I meant earlier when I said, like, Cavs are in a little weird spot. They're more likely to get the spotlight later this year when they get their next competitor, okay? It's just very bizarre, the situation that they're in. You even could throw a flaw up here and say, like, maybe it's the flaw Arthur with the Achilles Gangatron, and that's how you're running it, you still have the wedge formation, okay? But either way, that's kind of what I'm looking at as the best 6-army lineup right here. It's the 2-2-2 setup. It's the safest way to do this, and you are good to go, okay? From there, let's talk about the best 7-army lineup, and there's a ton of different ways to run 7 armies right now, so bear with me as we go through all of them, okay? I think the easiest thing that we could do here when we're talking about the best 7-army lineup is you can really just run the Gajamata Cordova in the 7th army slot as your single siege march, and you can use this army in situations where it makes the most sense, right? And one of the things about siege is, you know, you kind of have to have the optimal open field situation to run them, right? If there's lots of movement in the open field, back and forth, then you're not going to get a lot of value out of siege. But if it's just big concentrated ball fights in one specific area, or perhaps there's a bridge or a choke point or a pass or something like that, then your siege are going to absolutely dominate here, okay? The other thing you have to point out is that at the time we're running this, we know the skills for Elizabeth I, but she's not in the game yet, so we don't know if she's part of the single best siege march in the game. I think a lot of people that are familiar with siege are saying that they don't necessarily see her overtaking this march as the single best march in the game for siege right now. So that's kind of the current consensus, but we don't know for sure until we see how her kit actually works. But this is probably the safest 7-army lineup in the game. That being said, however, I think siege have sort of fallen from grace over the last 12 to 18 months. I think that the other armies in the field have gotten stronger and stronger, and we're still talking about Gajamata with Cordova, okay? And like that march has been on for a while, and it does still, like I said, perform super well, but it needs ideal circumstances, and if you don't have those, it's not going to perform super well at all. And also, even though Siege did get lots of adoption about a year and a half ago, I think a lot of players still held off, right? They did not go and invest all in on Siege, and so if you don't have the Siege march, let's talk about what the best 7-army lineups look like, okay? And that's going to involve either 3 infantry, 2 cavalry, 2 archers, 3 cavalry, 2 infantry, 2 archers, or 3 archers, 2 infantry, 2 cavalry, right? It makes the most sense to run it that way. I think some people have a leadership arch in that 7th slot, and I think I will point you towards Chiskel for more up-to-date information about what that leadership march should look like, because personally, I don't think I know anybody in my kingdom or anybody that actually runs an open field leadership march, so I can't really sit here and tell you precisely what that's going to be. We also know that Vercingetorix is coming around the corner as well, and he's going to change the math on some of these too, but he's still a few weeks away. We don't actually have a confirmed release date yet. That being said, let's start with the best 3-army lineup for infantry. Also, I'm going to move these off to the side here because it just looks too cluttered, and I think the consensus is pretty clear. Like, this is the better way to run that, okay? If you are running 3 infantry armies in the open field, then you kind of actually need Ivar the Boneless, okay? And I've talked about him in past videos. If you have the special talented Horn of Fury and you slap him behind your Sun Tzu Prime, he's gonna pop off in the open field. Just as a quick refresher of his skills here, okay, he is the latest infantry rally commander. He has a 3-target, 2,500 smite damage AoE on the active skill, and for the next 3 seconds, you gain 15 rage per second. You also gain rage from the 4th skill on Sun Tzu Prime, and then on top of that, if you have the special talent on the Horn of Fury, you are cooking with gas with a rage engine. That is very good, okay? 2nd skill gets you 10% health, 20% march speed, and 30% attack, and this does not matter if you're open field or if you're in a rally. This works all the time. Okay, so 40% of stats is a little bit low for the current field meta, but we're working with 3 infantry armies, so you have to do with what you've got. The 3rd skill is only for attacking cities or strongholds. The 4th skill is only for leading a rally. These 2 skills do absolutely nothing in the field, which is why you only are using him if you're running 3 army lineups for infantry, okay? The expertise is actually quite good in the field as well. You take 10% less normal damage, so that is combo damage and smite damage as well. And then if you're below 50%, you take another 5% less normal damage, okay? So a little bit more tankiness on the expertise here, but all in all, he is basically just a vanilla stat stick, okay? He is a beat stick. He is just raw AoE smite damage, a little bit of a rage engine, and some stats to give your Sun Tzu Prime, and that's pretty much what he does. That's all he does, and that's it. Not to say that doesn't make him good, but again, we're looking at a commander where basically half of his skills don't do anything, okay? So don't expect that he's going to be the best commander in the game in the field, but he's going to have to do here, okay? And what that means is we're actually going to pull the William Wallace down to our Bai Chi March, and we're going to separate out the Liu Che. Now, there's a couple of ways or a couple of pairs that you could do with your Liu Che to really pop off on the battlefield, okay? The first one is kind of the tried and true march. This used to be the single best march in the game for infantry, and that is the CPO Prime primary with the Liu Che secondary. And again, I cannot stress this enough. When this march came out, this was the best infantry march in the game. It was double AoE, super strong, everyone loved it, and to this day, it actually performs decently well if you're going to be running a 3-army lineup, okay? Now, if you're going to run this, you might ask, okay, do we run the Wedge 2, or do we run the pincer formation? And I'm going to point you in the direction of pincer formation strictly because it's going to age better for infantry, and also you have a 5-target AoE with the Liu Che, and only a 3-target AoE from the CPO Prime, and it's a little bit less damage factor, right? We've got 2250 versus 2000, so you're just dealing more smite damage, so you might as well do the pincer formation. It makes the most sense, right? So not perfect synergy here, but again, it's double AoE. There's a lot to love about this. I think this is definitely a way to go. Another route that you could go here instead would be something like this, and you slap the Hector behind the Bai Chi, right? And you just get as much value out of that Hector as you can, okay? This would be the way that you could run that. You also could run the Liu Che primary if you wanted to test out the attack tree. It's really up to you how you wanted to do this. Another variation that you could run would be the Ragnar CPO in the 3rd slot. I really don't like this pair as much as I did about, again, 12 to 18 months ago. It's just the march speed on the field has gone up and up and up over the last few months. We're starting to see commanders like Alp Arslan with 25% march speed. Okay, we've got 25% march speed on Sun Tzu Prime. I don't know what Vercingetorix has. I think it's 20%, but it might even be 25. I think it's 20. But either way, my point is that the entire battlefield is faster now than it was 6 to 12 months ago, and that will only continue to be more and more the case, which makes the Ragnar a really tough sell in the middle of 2026. It's just going to get to the battle late. It's going to leave the battle late. It just is, on paper, this is super, super strong with Wedge 2, but in practice, it just can't move. It just can't move, and that's its biggest downside. So I'm not going to sit here and say you can't run it, but what I will say is that it has definitely fallen really far from grace, unfortunately, and it is what it is, right? It is what it is. So that's that. And then finally, the last thing I want to mention here is that you could run something like this, and then you could, of course, continue to run the Liu Che with Philip, or you could run the Liu Che with Alex and just go for that instant proc. And I actually still really like this setup here, as long as you're in an open field situation where you're going in and out of combat, right? You need to really micromanage that march, similar to like the Arthur Achilles. Like, you have to micromanage it. You can't overextend. You can't get caught out of place. This will melt if you do, right? So again, if you can just tap the enemy, do hit and run combat, you're actually going to see that this march performs super well. But if you're having long open field engagements with big ball fights, I think that this is probably past its prime, unfortunately. Again, it's really going to depend on your KvK matchup, okay? So I would point you more in this direction with the CPO Prime Liu Che. That's just me, and this is kind of how I would run a 3 infantry lineup right now in 2026, all 3 of which running the pincer formation. Moving on to the best 3 cavalry lineup in the open field, you've got a couple of options here, but it starts to become a little bit difficult because this is going to involve kind of a mandatory investment in Attila. So if you don't have Attila, you're kind of in a tough spot here. On top of that, if you do have the Attila, you need the arch formation, most likely. I know people do use the delta formation as well. That's fine. It's just the arch formation has much more synergy with what Attila specifically is trying to do, which is just be super prickly and punish anybody who tries to swarm you, okay? So again, the Attila, for older players, this is a blessing, right? I know a lot of older Cav mains love the fact that you can still run Attila, and frankly, from a game design perspective, it's really good that Attila is still relevant, not only for open field, but for rally and for garrison. It's insane, right? But again, that arch formation with some of these special and rare inscriptions is just really, really good on Attila and what exactly he is doing in the open field. And so again, that's why it's a little tough to recommend the 3 Cav lineup right now. Again, if you're an older player, then this is a slam dunk, but for more newer players or for people who didn't invest in Attila a long time ago, like myself, I thought, hey, who needs a rally commander when I'm an open field player? Apparently me, okay? Apparently I needed to have invested in Attila back then. But either way, this is kind of how you're going to run it, in my opinion. You're going to run the Attila with David, Achilles with Genghis Khan, however you actually want to run that, and then you'll run the King Arthur with Hector, hopefully. Otherwise, you're going to have to be running the Philip or the William here, okay? The other thing that you could do that I've seen people talk about if you don't have the David is run the Philip here. And again, this even more so requires the arch formation, right? Like, it's just, there's no combo damage here at all, right? It's literally just all normal damage, and just you're being more of a supportive march at that point. You punish players that swarm you, and your Philip just does the supportive stuff that he does. This is another thing that you could run here. And just to sort of recap what exactly David IV is doing in the field, because I know a lot of people might not have him if you're not a cavalry garrison player, he is sort of a similar setup to Ivar the Boneless for infantry. I know that's a rally commander, but this is just 3 target combo damage AoE 2800, okay? So really strong AoE active skill there. And then on top of that, you also cleanse 3 slow poison, exhaustion, or other normal debuff effects from this commander's troop. And this is even more relevant now than it was when David landed in the game because of Alp Arslan being in the open field meta. Alp Arslan, with the way his kit is built, he is spreading debuffs all over the place. He's spreading the slow, he's spreading the poison, and he's spreading the normal debuffs. On top of that, the Pierce doesn't look like David cleanses the Pierce, okay? But even still, he cleanses everything else that you're spreading with the Alp Arslan. And so this, in a way, the open field David sort of got a little bit more powerful with the introduction of Alp because the value of this active skill went up, okay? So I like that a lot. The second skill is, again, sort of a stat stick, 35% defense, and that's it. You'll notice a little less total stats here than somebody like Ivar the Boneless. That is unfortunate. On top of that, there's no march speed here. That's also unfortunate. Luckily for him, he is a cavalry commander, but even still, I do think that you will notice the lack of march speed here, again, because the rest of the field is getting faster and faster. That advantage that cavalry had back in the day has shrunk a little bit, okay? Not to say that they're not still the fastest, they are objectively the fastest marches in the game, but compared to your other cavalry marches, the one that has the David is going to be the slowest one, obviously, right? The third skill, unfortunately, is only for garrison. The fourth skill says whenever this commander's troop uses an active skill while attacking a troop on the map, the target takes 40% more combo attack damage for the next 3 seconds. Very strong here, okay? Especially if your other 2 cav marches are dealing combo damage and you're just targeting the one enemy, right? I mean, obviously, this helps the active skill of David. Your Attila does not do combo damage, so there's a little bit of a lack of synergy there. But if your nearby Genghis Khan Achilles is hitting the same target and your nearby King Arthur with Hector hitting that target, they're going to benefit from this massive debuff as well. A little bit of cooldown, which is unfortunate, but even still. And then finally, the expertise is if this commander is serving as a garrison commander. Okay, so this does nothing in the field. So I guess you could run this as a 5-5-1-5 in the open field, and you're not really losing anything, right? Now, should you be investing in a garrison commander for open field exclusively? Probably not, especially because we know a new cav commander is coming in the next 3 to 6 months. But if you already have him because you're a cav garrison main, then this is probably where you want to use it. I suppose another 3-army lineup you could run with cavalry would be something like this, where you have the Genghis Khan with David, the King Arthur with Hector or Philip, and then you run the Attila with Achilles, which is a well-known Achilles pairing. The Attila Achilles does really, really well for a lot of people, especially if, like I said, you don't have that arch formation, you're relying on the Delta. You might want to try this. I don't see this very much, honestly, with the David as the secondary to the Genghis Khan, but I want to at least mention it here, depending on how your formation or your armaments are set up. Maybe you would run this. With that being said, another thing that you could do would be something like this. If you don't have the David, you could run the Uqua with the King Arthur as your third march, and of course that would be all skill damage, right? And then you're running the Attila with either the Hector or the Philip. But if you're running this, then you're probably better off running this. The only kind of exception there would be if you actually do have really good wedge armaments for cavalry, then yeah, you're probably going to go with this. I actually, we're in this weird middle ground where, like, for this specific KvK that I'm in, I actually like the Hua Arthur because of Wedge 2 and the fact that I don't have the Attila or the Hector, and I just don't think it's worth investing in them now because we're so close to the next cavalry. So I'm leaning a little bit more towards this, the Hua Arthur, than I would in the past, but that's only sort of like a technicality, a little bit of an asterisk there, just because we're in this weird window where Wedge 2 is great for this March specifically, and we're still waiting on new calves, but again, I want to at least mention that here. And then finally, you could run something like this, perhaps, the Huajon. I really don't like the Huajon at all, honestly. It's just power crept in every way. I think, again, with the Wedge 2 buff, you could make the argument maybe if you still got those inscriptions, those armors, whatever, and you're running the rest of the calves the way that you're running them, you could do the Arthur with the David, actually, which works really, really well for some players if you don't have the Hector or the Philip, okay? So there's a way to run it there as well. But again, I don't love this either, okay? In fact, you could even run something like this instead and be pretty good to go. Finally, let's talk about the best 7 army lineup if you're running 3 archers. And this is where I don't love the 3 archer lineup. I never really loved the 3 archer lineup, unfortunately. I think cavalry are in a weird glass cannon position that is easily fixed with the next combo commander. I think archers, unfortunately, are in a weird march speed position where no matter how you sort of break these up, you're definitely getting something that is subpar, and so I really don't like that. But there are a couple of suggestions that I will give you guys here. The most obvious of which being the Alp Arslan coming down here and going with the Shajar. Now, you have to understand that this march is absolutely not going to trade super well, okay? It is more so a little bit more supportive of a march where you're doing the debuff spreading and the pierce stack spreading with the Alp Arslan, and then you're doing the buffing and the healing with the Shajar. Again, I don't love this, but it's something you can do, and then in that case, you're going to be running something like this with either the Zhuge Liang Hermit or the Hermit Zhuge Liang, depending on if you want the support tree or the skill damage tree, support being more tanky, of course. I guess you would probably want the tanky this year because this march is also probably not going to trade super well, but at least this is a little bit more damage oriented, and again, more debuffing with the 2 commanders here, the active skill on both these commanders from lots of debuffing, okay? And then your Evertune Y, she is going to be your main DPS march that is going to be popping off, especially because everybody's going to be super debuffed by everything else that you've got here. That's kind of how I would run that. Of course, the other way you could run this would be the Zhuge Liang with the Philip. This is a commander pairing that people have run over the last, I would say, year and a half. I think, again, this has lost a lot of its luster because you're only getting the 20% march speed from the Philip, and like I said earlier in the video, the rest of the field has gotten faster since Philip came out, so it's a little bit power crept in that way. I think the march speed was the main reason people ran these together in the first place, also because the archers were in just objectively a worse spot back then. So you could try something like this as well. I think a lot of people are running this if they're running 3 archers, and if you don't get those 2 options, you're starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel here, unfortunately. You can try to flex Hector around somewhere. He is, super universal. You can use him anywhere. Other than that, you're going to be forced to pull in the Ultra Bonapal somewhere, whether that's with the Zhuge Liang, or if you run the Ultra Bonapal, which is like tried and true, and then you run the Alp Arslan with the Zhuge Liang. It's another pairing that people kind of pointed towards. Frankly, I think this actually might be a better army lineup here, the YHG behind the Alp Arslan. Based on recent data we've seen from the community, this actually trades slightly better than the Alp Arslan Zhuge Liang, so this might be actually the way to run that. But again, you're running, like Hermit Bonapal just feels so outdated at this point. I'm not really sure how Archer mains are feeling about that really halfway through 2026. So really, I would be pointing you in either this direction and just accepting that this march is going to be more of a supportive march, and the Zhuge Liang with Herman is going to trade much worse than it used to. It's just so funny because this used to be one of the best marches in the entire game, and for a while was the single best archer march, but now it's like just so slow that it's basically a slower version of Ragnar CPO, which is like insane to even think about. But yeah, this is just not trading how it used to, and if not this, like I said, it's going to be something like this, okay? And that's taking over. Anyway, despite all of that, like I said earlier, I think the safest 7 army lineup is something like this, where you just use the ranged in the conditional situations where they well, beyond that, I would say if you're running a 3-2-2 lineup, I would put infantry in first place, cavalry in second place, and archers in third place, which is really unfortunate. Now, that being said, we do have a lot of new commanders coming down the pipeline, okay? So I mentioned Vercingetorix, I mentioned Elizabeth I. Those we know are confirmed coming, and that might change the range meta, but also might change the cap meta a little bit, right? We might have Vercingetorix come up here as a secondary to King Arthur, and then beyond that, we've got lots of great things on the horizon. Rising, we are expecting a new special KvK story commander this year, and that commander, the community expects it to be archers, and that could definitely change the math on the best 3-2 lineup. Okay, if we get a really good archer that comes and lands in that special KvK story, that's going to change the math entirely. And then on top of that, we have new cabs by the end of the year, and that again also could completely change the best 3-2 lineup as well. Okay, so with that being said, if you don't want to miss those updates when they come to the game, definitely subscribe to the channel, and even if you think yourself, double check this, YouTube actually unsubscribes you sometimes. I've gotten comments recently from people that say that they used to be subbed and they were just somehow unsubbed, so double check down below. And while you're down there, drop a thumbs up on the video. It really does help out the channel a ton. If you found this informative, useful, or entertaining, use the hype feature on mobile. It'll help push this video into the YouTube algorithm, which really helps out the channel a ton. And while you're down there, comment down below your best army lineups in Rise of Kingdoms. Are you running 3, 5, 7 armies? Let me know down below what you think the best lineups are. With that being said, guys, thank you so much for watching. This has been On The Arc. I'll talk to you guys again soon. Peace.
Did Alp Arslan change the canyon meta in Rise of Kingdoms? In this video, sponsored by the makers of the game, we're going to get a closer look at Sunset Canyon specifically, although I'll have some shoutouts for Lost Canyon. And the funny thing is that I have been battling against one of the absolute strongest teams in the game, that's BT Cyborgs. So my rank's not very good right now, because spoiler alert, I've been testing a lot of stuff, and I have been doing a lot of losing. Which, like, look, if you're subscribed to the channel, and I hope that you will, you know I like to pull the conclusions up to the front of the video if I can. And the short answer that we're going to explore more in depth in this video is, should you be running a leadership march like we see here on BT Cyborg, where he's got Philip and he's got Shajar paired together, or did the addition of Alp Arslan make it even better to split them up? Now, as promised, I pulled conclusions up to the front, and I chatted with On The Arc to see, hey, what kind of questions would you have about what would go into a Canyon team? And it was that exact same question of, do I split them up, or do I keep them together for one leadership march? And my Archer march, I mean, obviously, you know, QSH and Zudi Leon was amazing. But I started to run this alternative. And the answer, by the way, is that so far from what I've found, you're better off keeping Philip with Shajar. Alp Arslan stays off of this roster for now for Canyon. And I think you're better off running double cab or double inf to get this off-lane coverage that I'm now using Alp Arslan and Shajar to do. Now, there's a number of reasons why I thought this would be kind of interesting to test. I mean, first of all, let's just figure it out. Let's just see how it does, right? Maybe it's amazing. Who knows? But then second of all, if I compare Alp Arslan with Shajar and that becomes my off lane, that means that if I want to use Constantine again, I can do it. In fact, I can use Philip with Constantine, I could try Trajan with Constantine. In fact, I could even use Trajan with Milan, and now up top I've got Sun Tzu with Constantine. And I can have a 3x tanky lineup, 3 frontline super tanky marches, which I did try. And the funny thing is that all of these performed about the same as each other, which to me means that there's almost certainly instances where one would be better than another, but there's a lot of different options that will all work fine. Now, with that said, let's just get a quick look at what I'm running for my gear. And I'm not going to pretend to be some Canyon master in this vid. I'm just going to talk about how I tried Alp Arslan with Shajar and show you exactly how it went, alright? So I got my best stuff here on Sun Tzu. This is my Rally Garrison stuff. And I've also got really good pincer, really good damage here. Interestingly, my arch stuff is on the bench. So, for what that's worth, it is benched. My arch stuff is quite good. It is what it is if I'm running double archer. The thing that I'll mention about that is that, you know, here's the arch stuff. There is a synergy with BQ and Constantine in the offlane, which is what I was running. And the magic there is that in the museum, Constantine actually gives a normal damage boost of 10%, which is actually quite good with BQ. So there's a little bit of a hidden synergy there running Constantine with someone like either Sun Tzu or with BQ. Okay? Now, maybe there are more ways that I could mess around, but just to continue to show you what I'm using here. My GG is pretty well maxed out here. I do have an opportunity on this board to take it up to level 5, right? And when I'm battling against BT Cyborg, like, he's assuredly got everything 100% maxed by now. Maybe not with the KvK accessories, but he's got to be awfully close. You know, so for my armaments, right? Like, this is what we're talking about. It's decent. I mean, your boy Cheese over here, if you're subscribed to the channel, you know that I'm just an A-tier armament player, which I find hilarious. But I get that, like, I don't know, S is, like, the very top 1%, I think. Whatever. Here's the archer stuff that's on my QSH. Alright, it's pretty solid. The armaments here. This is maybe my biggest opportunity, is this cohesive armament. There's things I can do here. I'm kind of holding off for now until I test some other things. Talk about that in another bit. Then there's the fill-up. Now the fill-up, since I'm not using 3 infantry archers, and I have 2 infantry sets and a leadership set. So I guess since I'm not using 2 infantry archers, dedicated infantry, I actually am able to take this level 5 shield, put it over here. This level 5 horn, put it over here. As opposed to an untalented level 1, right? Or an untalented level 4 for the case of the shield. And the reason I haven't talented it is because leadership regrets. But I did this before they made a leadership set, so get wrecked. And now, I suppose at some point I don't know what I'll do. Echelon is really interesting, alright? If you didn't know, it's my understanding that really, like, civilized, specifically with Echelon, is what hops in Canyon, okay? Do you want to commit to this just for Canyon? I use it in the open field, and I think it's perfectly fine, but I think most people would not say that it's meta. But whenever you grant an allied troop range and healing, or above, they gain 25 range. And this is why, this right here, is why the Philip with Shajar is very good. Okay? That is so much buffing. Plus, it is so much healing. Plus, Philip can be talented to make you hit harder when you're healing, and he increases the strength of the heal, okay, with leadership talents. Philip Shajar is, in my estimation, meta. And now what we wanted to go and see is, how's Arsenal going to do with Shajar, alright? There's my gear. It's not perfect. I'm keeping my best stuff on my QSH to crank the damage. I do have a horn here, which is pretty nice. And the rest of the stuff's not exactly slacking. And if you're subscribed, you saw that when I maxed out Arslan, I made some upgrades to his armament. Not done yet. I've got to replace this robust one. I've got a... Well, Sword is fine. I mean, Legendary will be better, right? These are quite decent. And then Balance, I need to potentially convert over. I say potentially, because, like, I just don't even know how much better the other one is. But whatever. There it is. That's what I'm using for now. That's what I've got. And let's go battle in Canyon and show you how it does. Alright, before we take on the final boss of Canyon, aka BT Cyborg, there actually are many accounts in 1093 which are incredibly powerful. And there's several things that by attacking these accounts we can go and talk about, right? So, defensively, I think this is an incredibly strong configuration. What he's got here is the Kuo Arthur combination, likely on Wedge 2. Alright? Those Wedge 2 armaments are incredibly powerful, and as I rearrange here to go and handle this, what I'm going to do is just shift this down, shift this over. This is very much like a standard sort of a setup here. The only thing you can debate is whether or not a siege unit on the out Arslan to slow it down. That will make it so AoE damage might not hit my QSH and Philip, but it also decreases the chances that Shajar healing will land on QSH and Philip. So let's just confirm here. I've got everything the way that I want it. Looks good. I messed with the combination so much, I just have to do that double check. And let's play the battle here. Now, the funny thing that you'll notice almost immediately is that even though I have the Constantine, the ongoing healing from Shajar makes the Philip Shajar combo just far more survivable. And you'll see that like Al Barslan moved in so much that he is almost certainly going to get these heals off onto these marches. Let's see if we see. I saw one. Let's see if we can see these heals happen. Shajar. I see a heal going on. There's a big heal. I don't know if I saw a lot of healing happen here. And you can see I did pretty good damage there to his Sun Tzu offlane. But I'm in trouble, and I'm in trouble because the Philip Constantine just isn't tanky enough. In fact, I probably am going to lose this. I've got more marches than him, but I don't know if I've got enough here to get this done. Maybe I do. Whew. This is close. And so, a part of the value of seeing just how close this is that if it's close, then it's probably not broken. It's not meta. It's not like we've found some new crazy thing. Especially as I got set up to attack, however. Right? Shout out to Fred for letting us test this at Canyon. Now we go to Ghost Rider. Now he's trying out. Well, that's interesting. I don't know if he just recently did this, or what he's up to. The Ghost Rider's doing something different. Specifically, I've not seen anybody do this here. So this is actually very interesting. Where he says, forget the leadership march. I'm just going to DPS you and pummel you into the ground. Which, I did not try that strategy. Just completely ditch leadership. I mean, that's certainly interesting.
Are only half
so
as
let's see
handsome
how we
as a
do.
military uniform.
We take the Alvarslan and we put it down below. Philip now has to match
As the
into
daughter
this
of a king, I will
Alvarslan
not
Shajar,
give way
which is
to
going to
such
get
painful
super melted. I am in trouble. So, if he wins here, it's in part because he's going to put so much DPS on my Philip that, like, he's just going to burst me out, and that is already my weakness. Now, maybe I can take out this Arthur Hector, but Arthur Hector is also a very competent, very strong, arguably meta offlane in Canyon and Home Kingdom, at least from my experience so far. He's been quite good in this capacity. So let's get a peek and see if we can pull this off. Charge in. Okay, here we go. Now, it's interesting that for some reason my GG has angled up so much. Might be a problem for me. I take out his offlane first, and we know that obviously the healing of Shajar is in a lot of ways superior in that offlane. I think his Alp Arslan here is pretty exposed. I think I would say that this was really interesting to test, and I'm so thankful that Ghost Rider had this set up so he could show it in the vid. I think if Ghost Rider is using the same setup or a similar setup to ET Time, we're going to lose.
My enemies
Shout out to Ghost
choke on
Rider.
their own blood.
Okay, so we're climbing the rankings in the final losses here of 1093. Let's go after BG.
I fight for my loss.
So
We must
BG
conquer or die.
has the Philip paired with Shajar, and this gives us something new to see, which is that he's also got the Arthur Hector, which previously we saw Philip Shajar, and it was not Arthur Hector, it was Uo Arthur. So let's hit BG over here. Let's just see what happens. Now, in my opinion, when somebody lines up on the bottom like this, this is actually a big advantage for me. I don't think a bottom lineup is the way, but I don't know that for sure. And the reason is that my GG, if it drops down, it should do AoE damage to them. And QSH is doing AoE damage, which is quite nice. He has the same situation where his Achilles should swing up, his QSH swings up. So let's just get a look here. But I just find I do better in this config. Let's see what happens. Give it a shot, chat. See how we do.
Dangerous
Go
places
on, baby.
are always alluring.
Here we go. QSH connects. Yeah, sometimes I just don't know how they decide to be where they're going to be, chat. Sun Tzu decided to swing up. Look at the insane damage that he put on my Sun Tzu. actually just completely insane how effective the Arthur Hector is in that offlane. And he actually is going to win here. I think he's already locked in this win. Because he handled my offlane so well. My offlane simply did not buy enough time. And he's now got me on the ropes. So I think that worked out incredibly well for him. There's no way I win from this position, right? Maybe I get it. If I'm lucky. But this is like a toss-up at this point. Oh, I think I got it. I think I might have it. That's actually insane.
That is easy.
Well, that was very close. I happened to get the one there. Shout out BG. Okay, now we can go for maximum. We're entering final boss territory. Yolku, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Yolsu? Sun? I should just start with Sun. We got Sun, Maxim, and PT Cyborg. Look, I don't mind leaving it in. Sometimes I'm a bit of a bozo, but that's part of why you love me, okay? Let's try Sun over here first. I think I'm gonna get an L here, but this is the same setup we were just up against, but possibly, I mean, obviously it's a different equipment and armaments. I don't know which one's better, but I think he's got higher troop count on everything. So I think this is just gonna be worse for me. I think this is almost certainly just worse for me. Interesting, he's got the Achilles as the primary. Maybe I should be considering that over the GG. But I think I get extra healing this way. That is a part of why I edged out the last one. Let's see what happens here. I guess a part of the reason he's aligning on the bottom is to get that defensive double AoE, right? I don't hate that. I see why he wants to align on the bottom, but also I feel like I do better against bottom of the line teams, so maybe there's something I'm missing there. Now you can see my Sun Tzu just gets absolutely obliterated here, yet again, which is just kind of wild. I think I'm a little bit faster at dealing with his offlane than the last team, but I think you can see the dip here in the leadership here on Sun. I think he's got very good leadership here. Well, maybe not. Maybe I just got lucky. I don't know. I guess we are progressing through the final losses at 1093. If you pick up the win here. Okay. Shout out Sun. Alright, now we can go for Maxim up top. So he's got Arthur Hector. He's got his cavalry and his archers in slightly different positions. He's also got this cavalry tucked in close, which I'm not sure is a good plan. His cav are tucked in next to his leadership instead of up top, which means he'll get Arthur AoE on my Philip. But I also am all but guaranteed to get some Sun Tzu and GG extra AoE on him. I'm not sure if that's better. Defensively, I tucked my Alp-Arslan Shajar close to my leadership march because I actually want to make sure that the healing from Shajar lands. And in this case, it might not. But I'm not needing some sort of AoE. So like pros and cons, right? Let's see what happens here. So Maxim's got that closer formation on the defense. We do take out his march faster on the off lane. His leadership march is lower. I think I'm ahead here. I wouldn't say, again, that the Alp-Arslan in the offlane is superior. I would just say it's an option and seems to be working. And now we arrive at the final boss of Kingdom. At least in 1090, I should say. Okay, and that is going to be BT Cyborg. Alright? So BT runs the setup you see here, but he's got the wedge too, with his Huo with Arthur. This is where your boy Cheese are going to be taking some punches, okay? I have tried every configuration against BT. Shout out BT. He knows I'm not mad at him. Sometimes when somebody hits you a gajillion times, it's like, bro, you mad at me? You good. I hit it. Oh, no. Trying to find a way to win. I guess he's like, hey, just thanks for the points. But part of why he is dominant here is you can see his troop counts are just absolute. I have tried using Trajan Milan and Sun Tzu with Constantine. I have tried flipping things around. I mean, I really went through. I tried using 1 in the off lane and 2 up top. I tried just about every which way to find an advantage. I tried switching the DPS around. I could not find a way to gain advantage here. Maybe a 4x DPS would be compelling. I think that would be kind of interesting to try, but basically using a Ghost Rider setup to go on attack. And like, technically, I guess that's a 5x DPS lineup. You know what I meant. Anyways, we're going to run this on BT. You're going to see how it goes. And he's going to win. And I think they have recently changed the position of his Achilles and his QSH. I'm actually not sure if he did that recently. We're going to see how it goes. Let's get a peek. The reason I like the top alignment is that you can see that my GG AoE is completely wasted here. I guess it's not GG, it's the Achilles. It's that whole shit. That AoE is completely wasted, whereas, I mean, well, I guess his is not doing all that much either. Now we're in all this. Imagine if I actually win here after losing a bajillion times versus him. But if that is the case, then that would mean that Achilles should not be where it put his Achilles. Yeah, that's what that means. So I'll send him a message to let him know that the swap of Achilles is the single reason I can win right now. Because I am about to beat him. We are about to beat the final boss of KvK. And I think if he switches the QSH and the Achilles, he wins every time. When I say I think he wins every time, I mean that before making this video, I spent at least 14 Canyon attempts from PT Cyborg, and I could not win. So, what do we take away from this video? Now that we've actually completed the gauntlet, and we didn't lose a single match. I'm like, look, Chad, I'm telling you, I lost so many matches. Like, yesterday, dude, against Blue here, I did like 6 or 7 matches and lost every single one. Like, normally for the pin, I went on the winning streak. It is what it is. Here's where I land with Al Barcelon and Shajar. It can work. It is fine. Do I think it's meta? I don't think so. I don't think it's meta at 5. X Canyon. Okay. Lost Canyon. Maybe there's something else going on. But if we get a look here at the Sunset Canyon tournament, which, by the way, in our Sunset Canyon tournament, we have a bunch of different kingdoms. 606 is here at 1175 and 1818. Okay? So if we get a look at this, right, you can see BT Cyborg has been doing a good job with this lineup and showcasing. He's up against Harv. I don't know how many this is, bro. A bajillion characters. She's using roughly the same thing. Right? You can get a look at fact on that here. I think what we're going to see is pretty much everybody at the top end of the Simpsons. Right? Okay, well, that's how this does an idea. Wait a minute. Maybe she's using something different I didn't notice. Oh, or maybe that's the 9. I'm so confused. No, wait. Double leadership? Why would you put Philip Constantine in the offlane? And then Trajan with Shajar? I just don't even know up and down sometimes when I look at what people are doing in Canyon. I mean, it's gonna work. That's something. I mean, if it works, it works. That Trajan stacking defense just... I did try Trajan Constantine, and I don't think it's quite as good as Philip. But, okay, maybe I gotta revisit the Trajan Constantine. Okay, well, that's fascinating. I mean, look, it's like I said at the beginning. I'm not going to claim to be an absolute... Oh, and see, the person I lost to, Root Gary, dude, he's almost all the way to the point. I got eliminated against BT Cyborg, so... final loss took me early. Yeah, and what's Maximus using here? he's using double leadership as well. That's interesting. Trajan Mulan instead of Trajan Constantine. Double leadership. Well, we'll keep an eye on this. Maybe the answer is certainly not Alvarslan. How's that? This vid, we were asking about Alvarslan, and nobody's using Alvarslan. And I thought that with Shajar, it could be pretty cool. You could theoretically try it in like a DPS lane instead of an off lane, which again is something that I did. And you know, the weirdness there is that then I guess you're using Sunsuit or Constantine as like your off lane. I don't know that. There's maybe some more things to figure out, but I'll keep messing with Alvarslan and I'll update the pinned comment for what I figure out. How's that, chat? How's that? Double leadership. So I guess if you end up in this situation where it's a 1v1, that off-lane leadership march with Shajar just lives forever, which is kind of funny. And if that lives forever, and you win up top, then you can clean up later. Is that how this is going to go? I'm not even sure that's how this is going to go. This is just confusing. That QSH is holding on for dear life. You'd think that the cavalry would get alive, especially while it's getting Trajan buffs. But I guess those Philip Shajar buffs are just keeping the QSH alive. What is going on here, bro? Double leadership. That is something. You know what, chat? It would not be fun to make 2 sets of leadership gear. That sounds crazy. Only timeout. Keep one on the timeout. Okay. I don't know, chat. Am I timing a timeout? And when it times out, that's a different story. Anyways, that Canyon tournament uses a number of other things, so I don't know that it's the best example, because, like, for instance, your city theme applies in that game. Remember, you join the event, don't like it or subscribe. Big thank you to the Vegas Rise team for sponsoring today's video. If you have ever any other thoughts or comments on what is Canadian meta now, definitely let me know down below in the comments. And also, if you can do me a huge favor, drop it in my Discord server, discord.gg/school. We have a bunch of people. Today we're going to rank every single epic commander in Rise of Kingdoms, and although I have been playing for a very, very long time, almost 8 years at this point, I rarely use the epic commanders other than for barbing and gathering, which is why I brought on some special guests from the New Era Start Group. They've got over 2,400 people. They're all starting at the same time, and they want to give this guidance to their players, so we're recreating the epic tier list with them to talk about how and when you use each of these epic commanders. So although I've got them all expertise and I almost never use them, in the early game, there is a lot you can do with epic commanders. And you should plan to not be using a lot of these commanders in the end game, other than for some maintenance activities like gathering and farming, which we'll talk about a bit. So joining me today, we've got Paul, Jono, and Pina from the New Era Start Group. You can join their Discord server, the link's down below. You can also join my Discord server, that's discord.gg/chischool. And if you're subscribed to the channel, you know you can always use the timestamps to jump ahead. And speaking of jumping ahead, let's jump into the exciting stuff. We're going to start with the most impactful commanders first in this tier list, which are going to be up the S tier. And then we'll talk about the A tier, B tier, C tier, D tier, and go from there. So, gentlemen, what are the very best epic commanders in Rise of Kingdoms for battling other players specifically? And we're talking about the early game.
So first off, this one's easy. Is Sun Tzu. He, in my opinion, is better than most legendaries. All of maybe 5 or 6 for KvK1. He honestly deserves to be a legendary over the years.
Whoa, okay, well, he does have a prime form that is legendary, but that's a whole other can of worms we're not going to open here. Sun Tzu is going all the way up to the top, and a part of the reason we're putting him all the way up to the top is that he does a couple of things. And I can pull it up here in the game to show you. He is going to do area effect damage, which is a big deal. He does damage over time to those units that he hits. He generates rage, which means he's going to use this skill more often, which is amazing. He's good for defending your city. And not only is he good, but he gives a more valuable stat. Damage taken reduction and damage dealt increase is better than stats point for point. He also, over here, is giving you damage reduction, which again is better than stats point for point. And he's got a health boost, which is often the most coveted stat, and he's increasing skill damage. So pair with another commander that does skill damage ideally, and you're really cooking. Plus, you are going to be picking China as your starting civilization, which means you're going to get more of his sculptures anyways. So all around, you're saying the uncontested champion is Sun Tzu, yeah.
Osmanlı kılıcını kuşanan onurumu taşır.
Okay, so where do we go from here then?
The only other commander that I think really deserves S tier is Vibers. He not quite as popular as Sun Tzu, but some very good pairings with other cavalry commanders like Nina. You can also be paired with Shi and Sun as the secondary pair. Like, those marches can trade really well in KvK.
Yeah, I mean, so Vibars does a couple things. He's got big AoE damage, he slows enemies, he's got a bunch of stats, 20% attack, and the third skill is for hitting cities actually completely close to you. The fourth skill is relevant to the open field. When you leave combat, which will happen more often than you would think, you get healed a little bit, which is not all that important, but you get a march speed boost, which is really nice. And if you were working on him, you could basically lock the first two skills, really the first skill, then the second skill, concentrate all your talent, all your skill points over there, then unlock the sort of fourth skill, and try to have the points land there rather than the city race start. It's really not useful at all. But the reason that both of these commanders are so powerful, in part, Sun Tzu and Vibars, is because of their area of effect damage. And what's so interesting about Vibars in particular is that his area of effect damage is not reduced based off of hitting many targets. In the endgame, commanders have their damage reduced per target when you hit more things. And that's because AoE is just area of effect damage, just really busted. If there's not something making it weaker for hitting more stuff, there's no restriction listed here, and that's a part of the reason that he's really powerful. You can really do a lot of damage. So you want to be ideally attacking into large groups of enemies, and I think there's a lot of versatility with Vibars. He's also got cavalry and skill tree, which is really good for the open field, and so you end up talenting him. Not quite like this. Wow, that is an old build. This build right over here will be the one
The
to
fanciest
use.
robes in the world
Easy peasy.
are only half as
Alright,
handsome as a
gents,
military
is there
uniform.
anyone else that belongs in the S tier? The best of the best.
I do not think so. I mean, you could see. You probably a few other commanders like Sequels will have an
Queen
A
by
tier,
title,
but no,
but
this tier is so
indeed
far
a
above
king.
all the other commanders.
Alright, well then let's dive into the A tier.
I shall
Who
become
would
your
we have potentially
nightmares
debated
incarnate.
for the S tier? As someone who maybe was a candidate for being up there.
我が宿命であろう。
So,
This is from the best actress of this. Yes, actually the best. This damage factor also being at the highest of all that they got release. Pairs him very well with the effects of the symptoms having pulsed. While this skill actually also does reduce damage rates.
Leave one Johnny Hart.
What skills max in terms. Yeah. It's easy to underestimate Herman. 1,150 damage factor, which you said was the highest among any of the epics against a single target. Reducing the enemy's rage is really cool. And this is something you won't learn till much later on, but consider subscribing if you're getting value. But the way that rage works in the game is you generate all your rage, and the game lowers that rage down to the 10. The most you can ever get in a single turn is 220. Then it applies reductions. So reductions are incredibly powerful because they apply
Good chief gives.
after they've already
Does not
generated
take.
as much
You
rage as they
will
would have
not
in their calculation. Then you strip away
I
whatever the
fight for
reduction
my
is.
lost freedom
And the silence
and
for
my
2 seconds
outraged
can
daughters.
be very powerful as well. One really cool pairing is from a
Dangerous
primary,
places
I'll
are
sit
always
secondary.
alluring.
I'll sit as a disarm, so between the two of them, you can basically knock out the
My
enemy's active
enemies will
skills for
choke on
3
the
seconds in a
ice
row,
and pay
which is
no
pretty
more
legit.
tributes.
The other thing that's really good about Herman in the early game is it's hard to get march speed. He has 10%. Also, he has a way to gain extra rage, which is very, very, very strong. A basic attack is when you directly target an enemy. So if you launch one basic attack per second when those marches, combo cavalry is a different beast entirely. Advanced guide, we'll talk about it later. But in the early game, you're only doing basics when you directly target an enemy. He can generate 100 rage from that, which is major. There's only a 10% chance, but it's better than nothing. And the normal damage boost is kind of handy as well. Increases your basic attack, counterattack damage. In the early game, decent. So Herman all around is solid. Archer and skill talent trees are actually really handy to have, and you probably end up running a build kind of like this, and maybe dropping a couple points from full quiver to put them in razor sharp, but otherwise this build layout on the screen is just about right. Okay, so who else goes in at the A tier? Other good candidates here?
Well, it's kind of hard to say because Bjorn could be a candidate. I would take the B tier, leave the A tier now.
Alright. We can we'll put him there for now in B, but we'll talk about him later.
What about Joan of Arc?
This might go in A.
The only other commander that I think might deserve to be an A is, and I'm not going to pronounce this properly, but Imhotep.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good pairing Thomas. And I've seen a few people pair with Elsid, but Topius and Imhotep, and whatever. I'm not going to pronounce it right, but
Imhotep,
that's
okay.
a good pairing. Yeah.
So fun fact, he came with the Egyptian civilization, which you can see in the background a little bit here. And I actually got to film a commercial for Rise of Kingdoms with the actual Pawn Stars, the TV show. He was a part of the announcement. Anyways, all the card for that in the X-ray, it was a really crazy video. So Imhotep is interesting. He's an archer garrison sport. I do love having another garrison option. I completely glossed over Herman's garrison skill because, like, I don't know, guys. If you end up needing the garrison, you're probably already in some trouble here. He gives city garrison attack, but Imhotep has some interesting skills. So his active skill for the next 3 seconds, 5 nearby enemy troops take 30% more damage and lose 50 rage per second. If you've got Imhotep as the secondary, so you definitely use Imhotep as the secondary. But this is like Joan of Arc in reverse. Instead of buffing your allies, you're debuffing the enemies. And these debuffs last for 3 seconds. I mean, what are your thoughts on that debuff, rather than just doing damage?
I mean, debuffing marches are really nice. Even though they can improve your performance some, but they also really help in all fights, like your teammates of versus well.
Yeah.
So it's very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, they're big debuffs. In addition, he's got 30% of stats here, 15 are attack, 15 are defense. City garrison health is a really nice addition for defending your city. Whenever this commander's troops hit with a basic attack, you have a 10% chance to reduce the attacker's skill damage by 15% for 3 seconds. I mean, his skills, at first blush, feel kind of mid, except this active skill. Like, this is a 30% damage is a life-changing amount of damage difference. Generally, I think people err on the side of doing damage rather than doing a debuff. Because there's a chance you debuff enemies that are running away, or armies that are almost dead anyways. but when you're hitting main enemy targets, this is huge. 50 rage per second ends up being 150 rage per perch. So if you are hitting 5 enemy troops, you're looking at 750 total rage that you've stripped from the enemy. That's 150 per perch times 5. I mean, that ends up being pretty meaningful, especially now that you know how rage reduction calculations work. So if we leave Emotep in the A tier, who else do we put in, potentially, in the A tier to join it?
Honestly, I don't think there's any other commanders that deserve A tier.
Okay. A tier is locked up. Now what this means, by the way, is if you wanted an epic commander for infantry, it's Sun Tzu. If you wanted an epic commander for cavalry, it's Bybars, and for archers, it's Herman. Or you could go the Emotep route. So let's go down to the B tier. Already have Beer and Ironside in here. So let's pull him up in front of the class here and talk about Beer and Ironside. So he does direct damage, 7 factor, and for the next 3 seconds, 3 enemy troops take 15% more skill damage. So most commanders in the early game aren't doing skill damage. That's kind of interesting. The second skill sucks. It's for attacking a city, which is really not going to be relevant. So basically max the first skill, and if you are using Beer and Ironside, you would then want to unlock all of the rest of his skills, and then you get the 10% attack and defense on the third, and whenever this commander's troop launches a basic attack, a 10% chance deal extra damage factor, 800 factor to the target. That is a cooldown of 5 seconds. So the interesting thing about this is called instant proc damage. This is the first commander we've talked about that has this. You might touch an enemy for a second and run away, and have done an 800 damage factor, which is a full active skill worth. Technically, it's more. So that instant proc damage is easy to overlook. Quite powerful. The expertise here is enhancing the active skill. What are your thoughts on why he goes the A tier? Or sorry, the B tier?
I mean, once we get down to the B tier, the commanders are a bit worse, but he can be paired with Sun Tzu, and that's really the only pairing I would recommend. Sun Tzu obviously has better pairings, like Martel, and either is a very good secondary.
It's interesting you mentioned Sun, because Sun Tzu enhances skill damage by 20%, which, by the way, does have synergy over here, 4th skill here. Yeah, it's true. Okay, cool. So then who else are we dropping in at A to, did it again, at B tier to join him? I want to put my Vikings higher in this tier list. I watched the Vikings TV show. Great show. Loved it. Who else is going in at B?
First, very well with Cosmo, the secondary, and they're actually influenced with phones, which is kind of a dirty trick to do. KvK, but does worth for people. And just them together, they're very fast. On the field.
Yeah. So, a couple things going on here. The active skill is kind of hit. 450 factor, but major debuffs that last for 2 seconds. 30% attack and 30% defense. So this is a huge debuff to your enemy. 35% damage to barbs. Obviously, he's great for barbing. You also get 30% defense, which is massive on the 3rd skill. And you get a 15% march speed boost for 10 seconds whenever you exit combat. So you can be very slippery, jumping into resource nodes and get away from enemies. Also, this 4th skill is really busted. 25% more damage. Remember earlier I said 30% is a life-changing amount of damage. But here's another 25%. It only works on low health targets. They have to have less than 50% of units remaining, but yeah, you can really wreck with that. And then the expertise here is enhancing the skill that lets you move faster and get defense by really kind of a jaw-dropping amount for an epic. This is an unusually good expertise skill, because here you're getting 15% of stats and also this march speed boost, whereas typically on an epic commander, if I were to pick like Wolchi Lindog, I'm only getting like 10% total additional stats. So that is a part of the reason that Dual Belisarius is better than Ultra. Okay, who else goes in at the B tier?
So what I would say goes at the B tier, the
Skippy. Alright, talk about that.
Yeah, he has good damage, and it's just his damage are actually pretty factor. So that goes well with skill.
He's a funny guy. So if you are higher power, and you run into a big group of enemies and they all start attacking you, taking 25% less damage and dealing 25% more counter is really busted. I think he is most busted for players that are higher spenders, they have teched up a bunch, they have higher tier troops, and just letting your enemies kill themselves on your own march is actually quite effective with him. And I remember people were really kind of shocked at how good he was in that context, even when I started playing. So, Patient Warrior, second skill, is also kind of a weird one. So he makes it so that when you are hit with a basic attack, remember that means an enemy directly targets you. You have a 15% chance for that troop to get... Oh, you have a 15% chance to get 100% attack for 2 seconds. Now, attack is kind of weird on Skippy. What it does here is it makes it so you do more skill damage, or basic attack damage. You also end up doing more counterattack damage. So, even for the scenario I described where you're running it down in an enemy group, the reduction of damage taken, the increase of counterattack, boosting your attack overall, it really pops off. And the cherry on top is that if you're below 50% health, you have a chance to recover some units too. Both of these abilities have a 5-second cooldown, but it is worth mentioning that for having them trigger at all, 15% chance is pretty high, and the more things that I can do, the faster this is going to trigger. Third skill is for hitting cities, which is worthless. Fourth skill just gets you more troop capacity, which could end up being a bigger hospital bill, which is a part of the reason why using him in an army where you are more teched up than an enemy can be really strong.
One more thing with him. Mortal Scipio is actually one of the very best counter rallies in Earthly Kingdom, just because of how much counterattack damage that does. So if it's being swarmed in, it just destroys.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense, actually. Yeah. I definitely can see that. Even in the end game, people have done some really funny stuff with Skippy and hoping your enemy attacks you. Yeah, Skippy is an interesting commander to the B tier. And I agree with that assessment. It's probably B tier, but not high. I know I sort of sold him, like, wow, chest feet sound really good. I think he's right. Okay, so who else is going in at the B tier? Anybody else?
I think the B tier is decent. The Epic Sieges would be the other ones.
Yeah, we talked about Siege up until this point. So the 2 Siege commanders drop them in at B.
Yeah, I would. I mean, they're not K1, but K2, they're the only Siege commanders available, but you really actually want to max. And they do pretty well.
So they only show up in KvK Season 2.
Yep. But there's no Siege in KvK.
Okay. And they're really the only Siege proper engineering commanders in town, right? So
There's just a couple others are in KvK2, but they're legendaries and they're really not for
Oh, yeah, there's the gold key Siege commanders that you can get. Yeah, right. Right, and they are in the gold keys at that point?
I don't think so, but I don't remember. It's been a while since I've been in KvK2.
I can't remember. I think they're in gold keys for me now. Maybe they're not. They come with the season's drop list. SOC color case. Okay. Cool. So yeah, for Siege players, this is what your option's going to be, and you're going to have to save up for them. And if that's a style of gameplay you're into, there's definitely times where you're just feasting. There's also times where Siege are not really the right call. It's hard to get set up, tear down, and the right context, though, that can be very close. Right, so that's Narcissus and Catherine. Alright, I like that. Anyone else that needs to go in at the B tier? No?
Tier seems pretty bad.
Alright. Let's bring it to the C tier. There's only so many tiers. Now we're like the badness awards, the worst commander awards is going to, who's the first one you think?
So, honestly, it's probably seems to not be the case.
I find that a little surprising. How did things have to be like this? There were some people.
Alright, so but I'm really curious who.
It's looking like Gabo and Alchemist will get the first one. I do really like, though, they're doing the 1v1s, but it's the Mario versus Luigi.
That is iconic. We're gonna get some iconic time here. Okay.
So Teo, not quite. Switching up a little bit.
You're like a girl?
Definitely has some scary kill power. It's just a matter of if you're gonna get grabbed, or by dash attack, or up B, or whatever.
Yeah, fuck all the niggas is red.
Characters.
And they all got 3 spots.
I miss our other Iowa PG player.
It's hilarious. Yellow versus red.
Hopefully he comes back here soon.
Yellow team died first. Then red.
And it's just going crazy right now.
Still tight up,
Gone.
but GP Mario for the first round.
I think we're gonna see the Red Army thing go down here pretty quick.
Yeah. Ooh, almost got hit by the ups.
There it is. Okay.
It's the classic you roll, you get hit by crayons.
Oh yes.
It happens so much.
The day it doesn't happen is the day that's a problem. Crash and burn.
Literally.
Alright.
And going back to their 1v1 situation, you know, Pit versus Wendy, I feel like it's very interesting. They both obviously have the projectile moves and everything. Between the two, though, I mean, I've got to be chasing if I don't.
Too much to it. I can't stand a quiz in Rise of Kingdom.
Real quick here. There is
Quiz
like,
in Rise of Kingdom. I hate this fucking thing. I come on here to fight.
Some history.
Yeah, I feel like the standing
It's about football.
When someone needs to stand
Exactly.
Rise King is the first nigga ever make a goal in
This is
history.
the last one I'm doing. This is so dumb. Wasting my time. I could be rallying forts and shit. This is so dumb. Wasting my time here, bro.
And this is the winners quarterfinals too.
First that house goal.
But I did learn something about my thing though. Brazil went to every fucking World Cup. And it's like one of the only teams to do it.
I would say yeah.
Brazil, bro, soccer is life in Brazil. Remember the kids come out the moon. One
They
with a ball.
have a Brazil on their flag. I mean, they have a soccer ball on their flag.
Let's come out the moon. I'm ready.
I
Next champion.
definitely feel like Chris Huck and Doug Todd should have been focusing Mario.
Actually, I didn't learn something about soccer recently too. This one dude,
Luigi
he
there.
went to the World Cup. I can't remember his name back in the day, like in the 90s. He accidentally scored a goal on himself. But there's a lot of people that had mad ass money on like, because you know, what he did. And because of that, his team lost. And they ended up assassinating this nigga. That's great.
There's a women's World Cup.
Chris Huck and Doug Todd focus on
Like walking in.
Gallo. 100%. The two of them obviously
Competitive mobbing.
easier to focus out best.
Yeah, rather than trying to split up again. But it might have been that Gallo and Alchemist were working to get them split up to succeed in getting that win.
Okay, let's see what we're getting now. I'm very curious.
Like, same
Same thing.
characters.
Okay.
No, I did watch the second
Please.
part.
Town City 3.
Don't fix it. Don't.
I like
Every time
confirmed.
you
And
don't
I was
fix it,
curious.
whatever it is saying
I
it.
did like that.
I know my saying.
Rosalina and Peach's
All right.
sisters.
The one wise teammate of mine once said, it's not about the journey, it's about how you get there.
That's
I like
true.
the
So I
first
live
one.
by that.
I didn't watch the second one.
Second one's good. Second one's actually. I think I like the second one better.
Have uneven playing field.
First one has Princess
I
Peach
do
looking
feel
too damn
it's
fine.
important to mention this
Shit,
is
second one had Rosalina looking too damn fine. And badass. Like, badass.
shows
Like, damn, is it Smash or Mario movie?
Shop.
Star Fox was in there and all, but nah, Fox was my nigga. They made him a little too
I think
cool.
To need that person to come back.
I feel like I like his Smash personality better.
Okay,
than
so
his
Mario just
personality.
loves it. First off of the game too.
I believe that was partner KO. I think when they did that,
It's always
But
the
he's
worst.
borderline
It's
retarded.
partner KOs.
yes.
Your Elmo's partner definitely makes a great thing.
Gabo trying to go for the little Luigi combo, at least starting it, but got interrupted. Going off the side, I do feel like Time City is a very good stage for Wii Fit, just keeping focus, staying away.
This is just a great stage.
I do love myself some Time City. Bayonetta, that stage is probably Battlefield, but I feel most comfortable with now.
We fit kind of stuck in the middle there.
Very strong forward tilt right there. Deep breathing is just a gift that.
If they're doing rich expansion, even that was
Okay, alright, so we fit did just their first stop.
Still though, overall stocks and percent are kind of even in a sense.
I think so, yeah. I think it's definitely leaning one way.
Yes.
Especially after what we saw in the last game. I think we're leaning one way.
Diablo though almost got yet. Grislock started to try to get that.
Luigi and Mario, they really do kind of pair off and go after each other.
They truly.
Alright, so Luigi down the dock. I don't know if he'll.
Mario alone now.
In this situation, there we go.
He's all alone. Jump.
Once again, it goes back to
The
the
jumping.
thing of talking about Ron
Mario
Warren.
got too loud.
They should really focus on Gabo. They focus on Gabo. It's done a lot better for them, I'd say.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
awesome.
But at the same time, we've also seen.
Then again, I see the genuine of chaos being that way, so I can't say
Lose
anything.
game 2, win game 3.
Yeah.
But they are not out yet. Alchemist, one stock, 52%.
I think we've seen more crazy things. It could happen. We've seen crazier.
It's always entertaining to see it. Really need to try and get.
Oh, that was slick.
That was hot.
That was practice.
Yes.
So far.
That's really always
Really
feeling
goes
like
to show how much you can
That's
do
a
a
lot of
couple
punishment for a week.
your partner.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ran away.
these people from the same state, from similar
Really
areas,
long
to my
time.
knowledge,
I went to sleep and
definitely
everything.
have played with each other. At least, like a
Oh,
way.
yes. Okay, I'm gonna take a peek at bracket here, see how
That minion
far we're getting along.
crying like
We're at
crazy. I'm like, yo,
percent
shut
for
up.
progress. That's awesome.
Meowing. I'm like, I can't do nothing. I don't know where he went.
I mean,
I saw Gordon and Kilo got out of winner's side.
yes, they did. We just started their game up here now.
Oh, and they lost to Funny.
He's only getting dragged just a week.
Iowa's TD.
And look at that, they are back.
Draft food and water.
Yes, too.
You know, I think PS2 is pretty standard. If you don't know where to go, PS2 is usually, like, that's always what I've done. I don't know where to go. PS2 is honestly just your best bet for anything.
Yeah, I
Watch
agree.
Minion eat all that wet shit.
That's right.
Where's mine? What?
Sorry,
Go look for it. Wanna go outside and be a hunter? Go look for it.
From winning the whole set.
Since you know outside so well.
PS2 is just a very nice stage. I've gotten into a bit of a habit of usually banning it against most people. Me personally,
No, we
between the
can
two
just go
comic
lock the
stages,
door.
my personal battlefield. I think it also helps this more music.
Yeah, no, the music definitely.
One way or another. I think I saw it.
Very slight exclusion from Wendy, trying to keep me fair back there. To get back in the Mario versus Luigi versus Wendy game.
If they want a shot, they really got to start getting in on this.
Yeah.
You know that Sweet Smash game that came out back in the day?
Also?
Yeah, different All-Star.
Yeah.
Bro. You know how good man real were? We used to play from the competitive shit. Yeah, I'm just gonna ask you. So no, we scored this the top 100 of us on the world. And then that niggas dominate. It's like, damn, bro, niggas. We had niggas cursing us out, everything. He was whooping ass. His name shit was sliding on my cat. Crazy.
Nice.
That shit was deadly, dog. Because Sly had this, both Kratos and Sly had a counter.
Come on, man, why you keep it off?
When niggas try to spam projectiles, I'm like, please shoot me. Please, I'm begging you. Fuck me up. I'm finna make your life living hell.
Helps a lot here.
It really does. Definitely getting a little bit more even.
I never played it.
That shit's fun. Well, that is fun.
Well, it comes. I mean, I was 2v2 this one. When everybody was free for all that shit.
That was Luigi.
The fanciest robes in the world are only half as handsome as a military uniform.
I don't get excited here.
You know, on the one hand, I
was
looking to see a quick ending, but on the other, I really want Gotham
You game all the
for
time.
the sole purpose of making the, like, oh
Bang, Mobile Legend, bang, bang.
my god, it's Mario versus
And then the top 100 for a few weeks.
Listen, mobile podcast never know. Not every song. In certain songs I played, I made it into the song.
I get this. Duck
There's this other game called Ruzzle. Spelling game. Nobody could beat me at that shit, but now they got all these weird mechanics. You can spend money to get extra time over your opponent. Like, what?
I don't care about the beat in, but I see it lose like a really good player. Sometimes Smith. Whoever that, I think you mess with me. I got a single nigga in my turn that beat me Smith.
That was very well done, especially because they were
down losing try. It's just like, I was ever beat you in that cool?
They definitely
right, I was friend group this.
Make sure that they could figure it all out.
Let me play. I was like, you know, do this. I'm always 3 steps ahead of commit. The moment you make your first move, I already got my next 3 moves planned out.
I fight for my lost freedom and my
Yeah.
outraged daughters.
Great job, straight the fuck out of here.
I love watching a spider prey on its victim. My enemies will choke. The
Have you ever
ice
played
will
the
pay
Facebook
no more
on-
tributes.
That was nice to see too. No?
Community winner.
Facebook.
Yes.
We're gonna be moving right into
Yeah, Facebook had their own shit, yeah.
singles here.
That's the
Pretty
same route,
soon,
right?
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad for Jose because he hates Uno now because of us.
Like, oh,
That nigga cannot win a game of Uno against us to save his life.
Keep trying to steal the green card?
I should have used that.
say
Every time you see the green card, I can't use it.
Every time it comes out to take his last card. That's just right.
It's an amazing.
This time he actually tried Uno out because of the rules that he had. It was complicated. He used a special card, you gotta draw 10 cards. So he Uno out. But again, made him draw 2 more cards. He lost. This game just don't want you to win.
Will not best me.
I fight for my
Honestly,
lost
it's cool.
freedom and my outraged daughter.
I'll
The
check,
ice will
man.
pay no more
Alright, bro, the
tribute.
game will never let you win against us. Uno. This. You'll never play Uno this game.
藤原の手のひらの恩来世でなければ返せまい。
Anytime we bring a Uno to this here.
It's looking for more people.
Alright, so
Does Discord have
let's see.
What?
Uno.
I mean, we all
Now
are.
between, oh my god, I'm so dumb. Because I thought for some reason in my mind, Galvo and Alchemist won, No, they did. It was Griswold and Doug.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Griswold and Doug fought versus Crunchy and Jinx.
I'm excited. This is gonna be a good one here.
It really. We already know Griswold and Doug was gone. Wendy and Mario. Jinx more than likely gotta go too. Like, who's Crunchy?
Not quite sure. We're gonna have to check this. Yeah, I had to guess, but probably wrong.
Who knows? A Ubisoft thing?
Ubisoft usually makes like the tabletop game. Like they do, they make not
Yes.
the game, not tabletop, but like you don't see it. And
Not often, no.
Oh. It's looking like, once again, we're trying to get into the 1v1 season, but these weeks overall, like, Rosie's trying to do a little bit more.
it even have those shit. Ubisoft makes the game.
I think so. I think that's simply the right move here, too.
Ooh, getting the gimp on the Wendy from Rosie. Very well done. Quick Grizz on KO before the first minute. You know, Mega Man's definitely here. I don't feel like I see him off my ship to really get hold their handle on how to deal with them.
Yeah, I mean, I maybe on my fingers, on one hand, I could be Mega Man players. You're also certainly not a ton that we see often. James is not different.
Maybe later. So many times.
Two. First was definitely good to survive. First time we got close to their lives being lost as well. How to get the
Okay, you still got that. Okay, okay.
very fast. That's very funny. Mega Man's little bomb, sort of big old shield.
Try to get James on stage here, but he's just gonna come right back. I mean,
it's kind of a thing of who do you really go for at this point? Rosie with 3 stocks, or Jinx who has 2, or you could see an argument for either.
yeah, I think Rosie kind of playing, kind of like keeping everyone away, but then going back to Jinx. I think that it is the right gameplay change. It's also another climb. So stop wise even.
Set wise not so much.
Not so much, no. Sounds like I'll be switching out here soon, so I'm sure I'll be coming back around though. Right.
It would be a better stream without the voluntary.
I'm 5.
Jinx doing a little dash on the platform.
Okay,
This is a much better position, I would say, for Grace Norman.
I definitely would too, yeah.
Unless Wendy gets KO'd, then not as much. Not as much.
Alright.
Well, actually, it's fair. It's a lot more even. I didn't realize how high Gracie.
She's definitely getting out there. Jinx really just turned avoid everything, which is probably the right move. Rosie gone. Alright.
Okay, now it's just Jinx. Okay,
Jinx.
And they're kind of extra large.
I'm completely partial in this situation.
Listen, so am I. Let's be honest, we hope the Iowas.
Yeah, Iowa got defense today.
Oh, fuck!
Nice. Now, those bots that turn the gods annoying.
So annoying.
So annoying.
But
in this situation, keep using them.
Keep doing it, just don't do it if I ever play.
Yes.
You're getting a little anxious here, I can tell.
I don't love them. This is a very right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Come on, Jinx. Okay.
Not or even. Jinx doesn't have to approach as much anymore. 5%. Stand back. Wait for that kill to happen.
Oh, come on, Jinx.
If there's one thing Jinx can do, it is get back.
It's so long.
Yes, 100%. I know Jinx has been playing Kilo quite a bit, going up to the new for this tournament, so maybe that's different character, but that training, maybe that's those gameplays are really awesome here.
Yeah. At least training for dealing with giant metal projectiles.
Yeah, you know that those are really
You just have to rerun through your show, folks. The fuck you want just shove it out that
It
shit.
truly is anyone's game.
It is.
Now, if that were me, I would have gotten him by the way before. Just
Percent.
but not Jinx. Oh,
Oh,
still living.
come on, Jinx. Oh, Jinx.
It's very well done for Chris talking about the pods.
Yes, no, excellent gameplay right now.
It's no matter biases in terms of who we want to see win, I think it's always important to remember, the overall ability of these players. It's not a knock against
No,
opponents.
especially at this, no matter how big this tournament is right now. I mean, losing does not determine anything right now. Like, everyone here, there's such great skill. There's so many people who travel for are great players. I mean,
And that's why no matter how many times I lose, I should get on PR. Bluebeam, sponsored by the Bluebeam Foundation, or Iowa Trimester 2 2026 PR. Let's see Town and City now.
okay,
In terms of stage, I think this is actually a very good play by Jinx and Mega Man.
I do too.
Proceed.
no, this is definitely a good idea.
It's a lot better of a keep away stage, and
Yes.
to Link can get the little get the bomb,
You
get
broken
the
the board?
forward air quick kill.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
I'm
you got
hoping that people
measurements.
fly out here pretty quick. I think they switched
So
to
that's-
everyone
this
after
is-
now.
Yes, it's.
Which I was wondering if that might be a better play, but I'm not quite sure.
I'm not quite sure either. It feels like both options do have positive and negatives. I do think the biggest positive though is Mega Man is able to kind of survive, I would say, Mario combos a little bit.
I think so.
At the very least, Toon Link can move around a lot of those projectiles.
Yes.
Faster movement, faster agility compared to Mega Man to deal with lightning. That's a nice
There
thing.
it is.
Very nice KO once again from Jinx.
Jinx and Grenade really just focused in on here.
Trying to go for the up smash. I can understand it. Quick move, but
Just maybe not the one there.
nice KO.
This is for Absol.
Mario down air. What a
I said Absol.
what the fuck? Trying once
Jinx was
again.
able to get back up.
Ooh, it looks like Frozy accidentally taking out Jinx with the awesome person, trying to get Grizzly on
And
it.
there.
And there, yeah. Make sure that they're able to survive a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Ooh, gets caught. I literally noticed Nick's doing the up smash right before he got hit. So I would say that was a very well done placement for this now again. Yes. Now, if they really want to try and tie this up with more, definitely need to get that KO on Crazy.
Oh yeah, no, I think so.
Nice.
There.
Well, the pressure is on. I can feel it right now.
I couldn't tell if it was tension in my shoulders or if it was tension over there.
Yeah.
But we got Jinx good too, still, but sadly with Toon Link, I think that's gonna go for next here.
Yeah. Just get on someone to bet on something.
I thought we were getting off Tom the Apollo commentary, finally. I'll find that man.
Oh, wow.
Ensemble and I've had that joke for a couple years now. We just finally need a big footer as so him and I on comms, so
Yes. Maybe like last server tournament, like where it goes to, it'll finally happen. It'll be like the lone spots on them.
okay.
They are like Crazy. Jinx back in the 2v1 situation.
But I think he might be in a little bit of a better situation than he was last game.
Definitely. get the KO on the lady.
Yeah.
Percent-wise, it's looking a bit better for him.
But
Finding that KO was the issue.
yeah. Oh. Oh.
That was nice.
Jinx always kind of comes in with those things.
Oh.
Couldn't hold it down, but that was great gameplay from both of these guys. I have loved both of them. Both teams.
I'm excited to see Chris Hawk and Todd now in Rangers finals.
Yeah.
So they're in top 3 for them.
That's gonna be great.
And who knows, maybe Cruzy and Jinx will come back. They'll try
They
and
might.
get that.
They very much might have. Here we doing some switching. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna be stepping away here. I'm gonna go find some other duties to do. Not quite sure who's taking over, but okay. So appreciate it. I hope everyone has amazing fun watching this. Hope everyone's having fun at the tournament here. So I'll probably be back around later today. So
The verb comes at the end of the sentence, here and here. The particle changes according to the sentence, but the verb is always at the end. Let's take a look at the basic grammar pattern you need to make sentences like this. Okay, let's take a look at the key grammar pattern that we've seen in this lesson. First, we see here in parentheses, watashi wa. So, watashi wa means I am, or I as the subject of the sentence. It's in parentheses here because it's very common to drop this when the subject of the sentence is already known context. So, for example, when we saw this sentence, or this one, the subject of the sentence is clear. I'm talking about my own action. So we don't have to say, watashi wa iru, or watashi wa iru. It's already clear. So it's very common to drop this. Not incorrect to use watashi wa at the beginning of the sentence, but it does make things a bit more efficient. After this, see some kind of information dependent on the verb.
It does not take.
Followed by
So again, this uses the polite, non-past form of the verb that's inside the beginning of the lesson in the vocabulary lists. So according to the verb that you use, this part of the sentence will change. So with each verb, there's a different sound. So that part of the sentence will be decided according to the verb. Here is the basic pattern that you can follow with the context sentence. I plus the object
is the
or
real
destination,
barbarian?
depending on what you want to say, followed by particle and then the verb. Particle, again, will change according to the verb you want to use. For example, this sentence we saw, in the direction. In this sentence we saw, oh. Same thing here and here. This indicates an action of some kind. So depending on your verb, depending on the information that you want to
Good chief
communicate,
gives.
the particle will
He does
change.
not
But this
take.
is the basic pattern that you can use.
My enemies will choke on their own blood.
Do you remember how to say drink?
Who is the real barbarian?
言います。言います。
我が宿命であろう。
And how to say eat? 食べます。食べます。Do you remember how to say why? 買います。買います。Do you remember how to say go? 行きます。行きます。And how to say look, watch, see? 見ます。ます。Do you remember how to say listen, hear? 聞きます。聞きます。And do you remember how to say speak, talk? 話します。話します。Do you remember how to say write? 書きます。書きます。And how to say read? 読みます。読み
Good
ます。
chief gives. He does not take.
Do you remember how to say do?
Dangerous places are always alluring.
します。します。Great. So in this
Who is
lesson,
the real
you learned 10
barbarian?
common Japanese verbs which you can use to talk about daily life, and you learned a key grammar pattern that you can use to make your own sentences. I hope that this was helpful for you.
Sorry,
Of course, if
breakfast
you have
now.
any questions, comments, or if you want to practice making some example sentences, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. I hope that you enjoyed this lesson, and I'll see you again soon. Bye! Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. This lesson we're going to talk about how to make basic comparison in Japanese. Let's get started. Okay, first let's take a look at the focus pattern for this lesson. The focus pattern is エイは E より形容詞です。So,
Fanciest
A
robes in the
is a
world
noun
are
or
only
a noun
half as
phrase.
handsome as a military
E is
uniform.
also a noun or a noun phrase. And 形容詞 means adjective, so we need to
I shall
use
become your
adjective
nightmares
to finish our
incarnate.
comparative statement.
藤原の
Let's take a look at some
秀
examples, and then we'll
The
talk about
Iceni
what's
pay
happening
no more
in the
tributes.
sentence. First one is 京都
我
は
が宿命であ
奈良よ
ろう。
り大きいです。京都は奈良より大きいです。This sentence means Kyoto is bigger than Nara. Kyoto is bigger than Nara. Another example. シアトルはロンドンより雨が多いです。
シアトルはロンドンより雨が多いです。This sentence means Seattle is rainier than London. Seattle is rainier than London. So, as you might have noticed, the word order is a bit different from English in patterns like these in Japanese. So, if we compare the two, we might read these sentences as Kyoto is Nara than bigger. But in English, we understand it as Kyoto is bigger than Nara. So you've also noticed that this bigger, we use this comparative form in English in the ER again. Yeah. In Japanese, we're using just the simple oki, big. What makes this comparative is actually this part right here. So this yori, you can think of kind of like the English than. And even though we don't change the adjective in Japanese, it takes the comparative form. Think about it in English. Let's look at the same idea with the second example sentence. So, シアトルはロンドンより雨が多いです。We can think of this sentence as Seattle is London's than rainier. So, 雨が多い. This expression means rain, ame, and then ga, or subject marker. 多い means a lot of something. So this is actually kind of a phrase, lots of rain, yeah? So when we pair this with yomi, rainy, or lots of rain, it becomes rainier. This is how we can understand it in English. So Seattle is rainier than London. So yes, in English, we follow the first noun with our comparative adjective, and then the second noun. In Japanese, order is different. Noun A, wa, noun B, yori, and then our comparative expression. Let's see this in the dialogue now. Two people are talking here. Person A says, 津山は小さいですか?津山小さいですか? Is Matsuyama small? 小さい means small. B said, まあ、東京より小さいです。東京より小さいです。Well, it's smaller than Tokyo. So in this dialogue, the same pattern is broken into two parts. We could understand this as meaning, 津山は東京より小さいです. We could understand person B's reply as this full sentence, but it's simply this, 東京より小さいです. So, 東京より than Tokyo. Understand it. Smaller than Tokyo. Okay, so let's take a look now at some key vocabulary words and adjectives that we can use in this adjective position. First, 大きい, 大きい, big, 大きい. 雨が多い, 雨が多い, rainy. 人が少ない, 人が少ない, few people, 人, people, が subject marker, 少ない, few, 人が少ない. 小さい, 小さい, small, 寒い, 寒い. 人が多い, 人が多い. Just like with people. 人が多い, person. が subject marker. 多い, many, many. So, this is how we make basic adjective comparative sentences in Japanese. Please do your best to use the following writing. Do you remember how to say? 小さい, 小さい. And how to say Tokyo? 東京, 東京. Do you remember how to say smaller than Tokyo? 東京より小さいです。東京より小さいです。And how would you say Hayama is smaller than Tokyo. 松山は東京より小さいです。松山は東京より小さいです。How to say big? 大きい。大きい。Do you remember how to say bold? 寒い。寒い。Do you remember how to say crowded? 人が多い。人が多い。Do you remember how to say crowded? 人が少ない。人が少ない。So I hope that this lesson was helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, or if you want to practice making an example sentence with this grammar point, please feel free to do so in the comment section for this video. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye! Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. 皆さん、こんにちは、Alicia です。In this lesson, we're going to look at how to give simple directions in Japanese. Let's get started. Okay, let's start by looking at the dialogue for this lesson. The first line in the dialogue is this. 図書館はどこですか? 図書館はどこですか? Where is the library? The response is まっすぐ行ってください。それから交差点を右に曲がってください。図書館は左になります。So at factor base, まっすぐ行ってください。それから交差点を右に曲がってください。図書館は左になります。This means go forward. And then turn right at the intersection. The library will be on the left. Let's take a look at some more examples of this and break down the parts of the sentence. Okay, great. So let's look at a breakdown of these direction-related sentences and look at some more examples. First, let's take a look in depth at the dialogue. The dialogue begins with a basic question. Where is the library? Notice this question starts with the location we're looking for, 図書館, library. Then the answer begins with the first direction. まっすぐ行ってください. So, まっすぐ means go straight. And then 行ってください is a polite way of saying go ahead. So, まっすぐ行ってください. We want to translate this directly, which means please go straight. We'll follow this with それから, which means and then or after that. 交差点を右に向かってください. So here we have our next kind of point, our key point, our location that we need to use for reference purposes. 交差点 means intersection. So 交差点右に曲がってください. 右 means right. So we have our two direction words here. まっすぐ go straight. 右 right. And then later on we have 図書館は左にあります. 図書館 so library は左になります. 左 means left. So we have our three direction words in this sample sentence. So let's take a look at some more examples and see how we can shift these words around. So, for example, in this sentence we have 左に行ってください. 左に行ってください. So 左 means left. It's in the same position as すぐ行ってください in this example. 左に行ってください. それから after that. 交差点を左に曲がってください. 銀行は右にあります. So, in this sentence, we're looking for 銀行. So, for that, in this case, we've replaced 図書館, which we had in the first example, with 銀行. So, we simply put 銀行, or the place that we're looking for in this position in the sentence. In this case, we're giving a reply with direction. So, one more time. 左に行ってください. それから交差点を左に あってください。銀行は右にあります。So, 銀行は右にあります means the bank is on the right. You'll notice this pattern right here. 右にあります or in this case, 左にあります This is how we say it's on the left or it's on the right. So in English, we use that preposition on in this sentence, right? 左にあります is the pattern that we use. It's on the left and 右にあります or it's on the right. Let's take a look at our example sentence then. まっすぐ行ってください。それから交差点を右に曲がってください。区役所は左にあります。So again, we have go straight to begin the direction. まっすぐ行ってください。Then we have それから after that 交差点を右に曲がってください。Turn right at the intersection. Finally, 区役所は左にあります。区役所 in this case. 区役所 means city hall. So, 区役所は左にあります。One more point that you should consider when you're giving directions is this right here. 交差点を in all of these example sentences, you see 交差点を So, we don't want to use ni as we're doing here. 左にあります。We're using 交差点を in this case. So, 交差点を左に曲がる。交差点を右に曲がる。So that's another point to watch out for. Be careful of these little particles. Okay, so with the sentence breakdowns done, and with these example sentences in our mind, let's take a look at the basic pattern for this lesson. Okay, great. Let's take a look at the basic pattern for this lesson. The basic pattern to reply to someone's request for directions is direction 言ってください. So, direction here means go straight, left or right. So, direction 言ってください. This means go direction. So, go straight, go left, or go right. 言ってください. So, this is a more polite way to say go in that direction. Kind of like saying go straight, please, or go left, please, or go right, please. Then the follow-up to this is それから place を right, left に曲がってください. So, in this follow-up, we're saying after that, after this first direction, next location. So this can be another building, it can be an intersection, whatever. Place or right or left, depending on the direction, に曲がってください. This 曲がってください means turn. So this comes from the verb 曲がる. Yeah. So 曲がってください means please turn. Please turn right or left at this place. それから place を right or left に曲がってください. And then turn right or left at the place. Okay? Then we have the location, the final location. Place は right, left にある. So, place, the location, the actual destination, は right or left, depending on the street, right or left にあります. So, the place that you're looking for will be on the right or on the left. Great. Finally, let's take a look at some key vocabulary words that you can use with this pattern to make your own directions. Okay, lastly, let's take a look at the key vocabulary for this lesson. In this lesson, we talked about two different categories of vocabulary. We talked about direction words and place words. Let's review the direction words first. First, we have まっすぐ, まっすぐ, which means forward or straight. まっすぐ. Note, in this word, we have a stop, so not まっすぐ, but まっすぐ. まっすぐ. Make sure you have kind of that stop or that breath in the middle of the word. So not まっすぐ, まっすぐ, まっすぐ. This means forward or straight. Next, we have left. 左, 左. This means left. We saw this in 左に向かってください. Please turn left. On the other hand, we have 右, 右, right. We saw this in 右に曲がってください. Please turn right. So these are our direction-related words for this lesson. Now let's take a look at our place words. So we saw some of these in the dialogue and the example sentences. Let's review. First is 図書館. 図書館. 図書館 means library. We saw this in the first example sentence. 図書館はどこですか? Where is the library? Next is 交差点. 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 This means intersection. Intersection. So we talked about turning right or turning left at the intersection. 交差点. Next is coffee shop. Coffee shop. These have long sounds here, so not coffee, but coffee shop. Coffee shop, which means coffee shop. Coffee shop, maybe your destination. Coffee shop はどこですか? The next word is 区役所. 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 区役所 means city hall. City hall, or you might also see it translated as ward office. 区役所. Finally, we have 信号. 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 信号 means traffic light or traffic signal. So we can use all of these to give directions and to ask about certain destinations in the city. Do you remember how to say word? まっすぐ. まっすぐ. And how to say go, as in go forward. 行ってください. 行ってください. Do you remember how to say go forward? まっすぐ行ってください. まっすぐ行ってください. And how to say right? 右. 右. Do you remember how to say turn, as in turn right? 曲がってください. 曲がってください. And how to say turn right? 右に曲がってください. 右に曲がってください. Do you remember how to say intersection? 交差点. 交差点. And how to say turn right at the intersection? 交差点を右に曲がってください. 交差点を右に曲がってください. Do you remember how to say and then? それから. それから. And how to say and then turn right at the intersection? それから交差点を右に曲がってください. それから交差点を右に曲がってください. Do you remember how to say left? 左. 左. And how to say we'll be on the left? 左にあります. 左にあります. Do you remember how to say library? 図書館. 図書館. And how to say the library will be on the left? 図書館は左にあります. 図書館は左にあります. Do you remember how to say coffee shop? コーヒーショップ. コーヒーショップ. And how to say sitting hall? 区役所. 区役所. Do you remember how to say traffic light? 信号. 信号.
Great. Now you know how to give simple directions in Japanese. We hope that you enjoyed this lesson. Also, don't forget to check us out at JapanesePod101.com for some other things that can help you with your Japanese studies. Thanks very much for watching this lesson. じゃあね.
everybody, my name is Alicia. In this lesson, we're going to talk about using common adverbs of frequency to talk about your daily habits in Japanese. Okay, let's begin by looking at the vocabulary that we're going to use in this lesson. On this side of the board is this bar graph. The idea with this graph is to give you an idea of the differences in frequency between these adverbs. So for this lesson, let's imagine that this is a scale of days. So from 0 days in a week to 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 7 days a week. We're going to look at different adverbs of frequency that you can use to express different levels of frequency of action for your life. So let's begin over here. At the 7-day level is mainichi. Mainichi. Mainichi means every day. Every day. Every day, mainichi. Something you do. Every day is something you can use mainichi to talk about. Second is this one. Itsumo. Itsumo. So itsumo means always. Always. So something that you do very, very often, but maybe not every day, can be used with always. So we can use itsumo to describe that. The next one is yoku. Yoku. So yoku means often. Yoku is something that's a little bit less than always, something a little bit less than itsumo. Maybe on the scale around the 4 to 5 day mark. The next one is hidoki. Hidoki, sometimes. Hidoki. So sometimes is a little bit less than often. Following that is ammari. Ammari. Ammari means seldom. Seldom. So something you don't do very often. Finally, at the end of the scale, over here, at the 0 day point, is zenzen. Zenzen. So zenzen means never. So we're going to practice using all of these words, and we're going to put them together with some other information to create basic sentences that you can use to talk about your daily life. So let's move along to the dialogue section. Okay, let's take a look at a short dialogue that uses one of these adverbs of frequency. Let's start with a short exchange here. So, the first person says, "Asa gohan tabemasu ka?" "Asa gohan o tabemasu ka?" Which means, do you eat breakfast? "Asa gohan o tabemasu ka?" The response is, "Hai, mainichi tabemasu." "Hai, mainichi tabemasu." Which means, yes, I eat breakfast every day. In this sentence, mainichi in red is the adverb of frequency. This one means every day. So the response is yes, every day I eat regularly. So let's take a look next at some other example sentences that use different adverbs of frequency. All right, let's take a look at a couple of other example sentences that use adverbs of frequency. First, "Tokidoki ongaku wo kikimasu." "Tokidoki ongaku wo kikimasu." In this sentence, the adverb of frequency is here. Tokidoki, sometimes. The sentence means, I sometimes listen to music. Tokidoki ongaku wo kikimasu. You'll notice the verb at the end of this sentence is positive. Kikimasu, kikimasu. Let's compare this to the next example sentence. "Ammari kohi o mimasen." "Ammari kohi o mimasen." In this sentence, the adverb of frequency is here, ammari, which means seldom. The sentence means, I seldom drink coffee. Note in this sentence, the verb is in the negative form. Mimasen. Mimasen. Ammari kohi o mimasen. In this sentence, the verb at the end was positive. We're going to talk about why in the next section. We'll look at the grammar. Okay, now let's take a look at the grammar patterns you need to know to make sentences like these. There are two patterns. One uses positive and one uses negative verb forms. Let's look at the positive verb form pattern first. You use this positive verb form pattern when your adverb is one of these. Itsumo, yoku, fudan, tokidoki, tamani, mainichi. So we didn't talk about fudan and tamani in this lesson. We didn't use them in the focus vocabulary section, but they are commonly used. You can think of fudan as something like usually, and tamani as something like occasionally or every once in a while. The point is, when you use one of these adverbs of frequency to express your idea, you need to use the positive verb. So this means something less, So this indicates you need to use the verb in the positive form. It can be polite or it can be casual form. That's up to you. It depends on who you're talking to. But make sure you use the positive verb form. You use one of these adverbs. For example, we saw that up here in 時々音楽を聴きます. The positive form. Then, the negative form. When you use one of these adverbs of frequency, あんまり or 全然, you need to use the negative verb form. So something, ません if you're using the polite form. If you're using the not polite form or the casual form, that's also okay. But just make sure that you used the negative. We saw this in this example sentence here. あんまりコーヒーをません. So we use the negative because this adverb of frequency. So when you're building your own sentences, make sure you consider which adverb of frequency you're going to use and check to make sure your verb form matches. A quick and easy way to remember the pattern to use or to remember the order of words is this. You can imagine I here for your subject. If you're making a sentence about your everyday life, I plus your adverb here plus your verb phrase. So you can put these 3 elements together: subject, adverb, verb, phrase to make a sentence like these.
Do you remember how to say every day? 毎日 And how to say eat? 食べます Do you remember how to say I eat every day? 毎日食べます And how to say drink? 飲みます Do you remember how to say listen? 聞きます Do you remember how to say breakfast? 朝ごはん And how to say music? 音楽 Do you remember how to say coffee? コーヒー And how to say often? よく Do you remember how to say sometimes? 時々 And how to say always? いつも Do you remember how to say never? 全然 And how to say seldom? あまり
Okay, great. So now you know how to use common adverbs of frequency to talk about your daily habits in Japanese. If you have any questions, comments, or if you want to practice making some example sentences with this information, please feel free to do so in the comment section of this video. Thanks very much for watching this lesson, and I will see you again soon. Bye! Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description. Hi everybody, my name is Misha. This lesson I'm going to talk about how to use greetings and party expressions in Japanese. Okay, let's take a look at the vocabulary for this lesson. We've grouped the vocabulary according to time of day. So let's start with expressions you can use in the morning. First, we have Hayo gozaimasu. Hayo gozaimasu. This is a polite expression that means good morning. Ohayo gozaimasu. Ohayo gozaimasu. Good morning. The shorter version is Ohayo. Ohayo. This means morning. So it sounds a little shorter in English, just as it sounds shorter in Japanese. Ohayo gozaimasu to sound polite. Ohayo to sound more casual, close to soothing. We use these expressions in the very early morning until probably 11 or just before. So use these to greet someone in the morning. If it's later in the day, you can simply use konnichiwa, 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 konnichiwa. This means hello. Use this throughout the day. Anytime the sun is up later in the day, we'll use this. Finally, at the end of the day, we use this expression. Konbanwa, 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 konbanwa. This means good evening. Good evening. So use this when you meet someone in the evening, or I suppose late at night, depending on what you're up to. If it's dark outside, you can use. So let's take a look at the other side of this image. Let's look at parting expressions. You'll notice there's a big group here because we don't really have parting expressions that are connected so closely to time of day. Let's take a look. First, 失礼します. 失礼します. This is a very formal way to say goodbye. Might hear this at work, when you're leaving a room, your coworkers might use it as well. This means goodbye. We typically don't use this with our friends and family. So it sounds quite polite. You can use this expression. また明日. 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 See you tomorrow. また明日. You can use this one. It's very easy for many people. Bye bye. Bye bye. So, as you can imagine, this just means bye bye. It's very casual and sounds a little childish, but many people like to use this, especially with close friends and family members. Bye bye. Next is ja, mata. Ja, mata. So this is a very casual expression, which means see you. Ja, mata. So you can think of it as like, okay, see you then. Super short, super quick, very casual. Finally, is this one. Mata ne. Mata ne. Mata ne. Mata ne. So this also means see you, or see you next time, or see you again soon. This ne makes it a little bit softer than something like ja, mata, which sounds a little bit rougher. So you can use all of these expressions to say goodbye to someone at any time of day. The last vocabulary word here is this one. Oyasumi nasai. Oyasumi nasai. Oyasumi nasai. Oyasumi nasai means good night. So use it to say good night at the end of the day. You can use this with friends and family. So this is how we say goodbye or good night at many different times of day and how we greet each other. Let's take a look at a dialogue now and some other points that use these expressions. Okay, let's take a look at a sample dialogue that uses some of these expressions. Let's imagine two people are saying hello in the morning. The first person might say, Ohayo gozaimasu, good morning. The other person might say, Ohayo, morning. So this is a very typical morning exchange. Ohayo gozaimasu, Ohayo. Simple as that. Okay, let's finish this lesson by taking an in-depth look at the key expressions used. First, let's take a look at greeting. As mentioned earlier, the expression Ohayo gozaimasu is more polite than just Ohayo. We use Ohayo with friends and family and people close to them. Ohayo gozaimasu is something you would probably use at work or maybe at school. This gozaimasu makes the expression polite. You'll see this throughout your studies. Using the polite form of the verb at the ending increases the level of politeness. We don't have this with konnichiwa or with bamba, but it is very important to note that both of these words are spelled with this wa at the end. You may have learned that this means ha But in these expressions, konnichiwa and konbanwa, we use this wa here, like this. We don't use the other hiragana form of wa in these expressions. Please take note of your spelling this word. Lastly, let's go to parting expressions. First, with 失礼します, we see the same mas form at the ending, yeah? So this 失礼します, some people translate this literally as I'm about to do something rude or something like that, because this part right here, today, means rude. But we typically use it when giving a rude or to excuse ourselves from a situation. So we can understand this as meaning goodbye in certain cases. When you're with your friends, however, you can use expressions like mata ashita, or bye bye, or mata ne, or suminasai at the end of the day. As talked about earlier, expressions that end with ne sound a little bit softer. So mata ne, we would not use a ne at the end of something like bye bye though, because bye bye already sounds quite soft and close and a little bit childish. So we don't use bye bye ne unless maybe we're speaking to a very, very small child. So it's up to you to choose the expression that best matches your feeling when you're saying goodbyes.
Do you remember how to say good morning? Ohayou gozaimasu. Ohayou gozaimasu. And how to say morning? Ohayou. Ohayou. Do you remember how to say oh? Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. And how to say good evening? Konbanwa. Konbanwa. Do you remember how to say goodbye to Oyasuminasai. Oyasuminasai. And how to say goodbye? Shirei-shimasu. Shirei-shimasu. Do you remember how to say see you tomorrow? Mata ashita. Mata ashita. And how to say bye bye? Bye bye. Bye bye. Do you remember how to say see you? Ja, mata. Ja, mata. And how to say see you next time? Mata ne. Mata ne.
Great, that's it for this lesson. In this video, you learned how to use greeting and parting expressions in Japanese. Thanks for watching. I'm Alicia, and I'll see you again at JapanesePod101.com. Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lecture account. Just click the link in the description. Hi everybody, my name is Alicia. This lesson refers to how to give your phone number in Japanese. Let's get started. Okay, first, let's look at the vocabulary for this lesson. For this lesson, the vocabulary words are numbers. Let's go one by one. First, we have zero. Zero. In Japanese, you can say zero. Zero. You might also hear some people say maru for this, which refers to a circle, but you can use zero. It's very easy to remember for English. Next is number one. Ichi. 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 One. Two is ni. Ni. 3 is tam, tam, tan, tam, 3. 4 is yo, 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 yo. 5 is go, go. 6 is go, go. 7 is nana, nana. 8 is hachi, hachi. And 9 is Q, Q. So you might know a couple other words for numbers, like 4 or 7. But when you're giving your phone number, you need to use these vocabulary. So next we're going to look at a dialogue that uses these numbers to get your phone number. Okay, let's take a look at the dialogue for this lesson. First we have this question.電話番号は何番か? 電話番号は何番ですか? 電話番号は何番ですか? Which means, what's your phone number? 電話番号は何番ですか? The response here is 私の電話番号は070-0999-4198です。So again, 私の電話番号は070-0999-4198です。Which means my phone number is 070-0999-4198. Let's look at some more examples. Okay, let's take a look at some example responses that use this pattern. First example sentence here. 私の電話番号は070-0529-4888です。私の電話番号は070-0529-4888です。Which means my phone number is 070-0529-4888. Let's go to the next example. 私の電話番号は080-07-88-7587です。Once more. 私の電話番号は080-07-88-7587です。Which means my phone number is 080-0788-7587. This part, at native speed, might sound something like 私の電話番号は Okay, so now let's look at the basic patterns you can use to express your own phone number region. Okay, let's take a look at the basic pattern you can use to express your own phone number in Japanese. It's 私の電話番号は phone number is 私の電話番号は phone number is. Let's break this down. 私の is my 電話番号 phone number は which marks our topic. Then you have phone number and this at the end, meaning is. So this makes my phone number is phone number. 私の電話番号は phone number is. Okay, let's cover one quick cultural point related to giving your phone number. When you give your phone number, or when someone else gives their phone number, you might hear no used. These dashes, phone number, are sometimes read as no. They kind of help the listener understand where the spaces between the numbers are. So if you hear no used when someone gives you their phone number, that's what this means.
Do you remember how to say zero? zero, zero. And how to say 1. Ichi. Ichi. Do you remember how to say 2? 2.
Ichi Nissan.
How to say 3? 3. 3. Do you remember how to say 4? 4. 4. And how to say 5? 5. 5. Do you remember how to say 6? Good. Good. And how to say 7? 7. 7. Do you remember how to say 8?
Achi.
8. 8. And how to say 9? 9. 9. Do you remember how to say phone number? Bango. And how to say why? Watashi no. Do you remember how
Queen
to
by
say
title,
my phone
but in
number?
deeds a king.
Watashi no denwa bango. And how to say my phone number is 070-0999-4198. 私の電話番号は 070-0999-4198 です。私の電話番号は 070-0999-4198 です。
Great. So in this lesson, you learned how to give your phone number in Japanese with a basic pattern, and you learned the vocabulary words you need to do so. That means we covered all the numbers you need to give your phone number in Japanese. I hope that you enjoyed this lesson. Thanks very much for watching. My name is Alicia, and I will see you again on Japanese Pod 101. Bye.
Bye.
The fanciest robes in the world are only half as handsome as a military. I shall become your nightmares incarnate.
これも我が宿命であろう。衣川の太刀へは今日多くて吉少なし。
That you should not have opinions. Why do things have to be like this? There are some people that believe that you should not have opinions of products that you pay for. Like you have no right to ownership, and that you are just so tragically undereducated and misinformed in the process in which games are made that your opinions are not only useless, but honestly outright harmful to the games industry itself. Just stop asking so many questions, consumer. Keep consuming.
Who's the real barbarian?
Voice swap.
And don't you dare fucking
You will not best me.
I fight for my lost freedom
It's
and my
been a while since we
outraged
talked about
daughters.
stop killing games. Well, it's
I
had a
love
lot of
watching
success
the
for success, and I
spider
think a lot
prey
of
on its
probably expected
victims.
that it would. It now
My
stands against
enemies
the
will
greatest
choke
threat
on their
possible.
own blood.
No, not pirate software. No, instead, it's politicians, lobbyists, and the executives of these companies that, well, are just wearing the mask of people that are trying to protect the games industry. In reality, they're all just weird scum that are really much more interested in trying to protect their corporate interests from its own customers. And in this case, they've turned into straight up lying to try to get their way.
Oh wow, that's something new.
Recently, members of Parliament in the EU, as well as over here stateside, have been meeting privately behind closed doors with CEOs like Guy from Ubisoft, as well as the ESA and Video Games Europe, the lobbying groups that are representing a lot of these guys, and it's all in an effort to just try to stop you from owning products that you paid for by effectively misinterpreting our demands, reframing the entire argument, exaggerating the damages of those solutions, and also trying to make it sound like this is going
Good
to
chief gives.
destroy indie games.
Warrior,
I
you
guess.
will not
Why don't
best.
we massive corporations try to make
My
it look like
enemies
these
will
customers
choke
are
on
trying
their
to
own
pick on the
blood.
little guy?
The
So
ice
it's
may
interesting.
pay no more
What I want to do
tribute.
is I'm going to talk about
Any last
this trying to
words?
take your rights away. How the games industry is now mounting a defense against its own customers. How they've been trying to twist our words in every single way they possibly can. And all the kicking and screaming that these guys have been doing, they stand to gain just as much as we do from winning. I'm proud to be an American. And I'm proud to own Helix. That's why today's video is sponsored by Helix Mattress and their 4th of July summer sale. I'm going to tell you guys right now, if it wasn't for Helix Mattress, I don't think I would have been able to survive Summer Games Fest. I went into that event with like 4 hours of sleep, and the sleep that I did get, I finally got back home and crashed out into my Helix Mattress with some of the most restful sleep that I could possibly get. That's exactly what I need. Helix makes premium hybrid mattresses, body type sleeping positions, and firmness preferences. Their sleep quiz only takes a couple of seconds, and it matches you with the perfect mattress that suits you and your sleep habits. I always had problems tossing and turning. The minute that I got mine, I've been getting the deepest sleep of my life. And mine also arrived with free shipping in the U.S. You also get a 129 sleep trial with a limited lifetime warranty, so you have plenty of time to figure out whether or not it's right for you. They also have their comfort adjust cooling pillows, so you can actually adjust its firmness and height to the way that you sleep, and the cooling cover really helps to make it stay comfortable throughout the night. I genuinely love my Helix. It's honestly one of the best mattresses that I've slept on in my entire life, and it's fixed most of my bad sleep habits, at least the ones that the mattress can actually fix. And right now, these guys are running 20% on site-wide for their 4th of July sale, which is running right now. I need to have 2 mattresses, number one. This video goes posted. So make sure you guys check out the link in the description. Go to sleep.com/legendary drops and check out hopefully they can fix your sleep like they fixed mine.
We know.
They can Helix responsive to this video. I can't speak for everyone, but as somebody that grew up during the mystical era of games, the idea of ownership never crossed my mind. It was something that just simply existed. It was never under threat or even in question. Still to this day, I have an entire library of games remain completely playable. Every Super Mario Brothers 3 on the NES, Power Stone on my Dreamcast, a Bouncer on the PS2. There is absolutely nothing that is stopping me from playing these games, and nobody is going to be knocking on my door trying to take them away. But somewhere during the transition from physical to digital media, seemingly overnight without any real notification or consent, the games industry stripped that ownership away from us. Now, something I have for ownership is a licensing and that they use their say the fact that it's much more favor towards corporations versus ownership, similar to frame the entire deal that uses with them. It's very annoying. And so many people running this doesn't get how will drive this happen. So he's the specific era of games. The games were to a storage device. The licensing agreements were generally tied to production. Game publishers could print a set number of copies. They could sell those copies, and the customers bought them because using them, regardless of whether or not the publisher had knew those agreements or was operating the game entirely. But today, the architecture of that deal was changed completely. Companies can now sell effectively infinite number of digital copies of the stuff. Doing so, which is great for their bottom lines. And all to keep in mind, yes, that's the reason why you need to pre-order, guys. You set the pre-order so like the GameStop didn't run out of copies of Halo 3, right? Because they're only going to get 1,000 copies. So you pre-ordered, so you made sure your copy will be there. You know the reason why you pre-order right now?
Because you like eating shit. It's because you like eating shit as well.
Lost their goals, but with those games depending on authentication servers, licenses that are no longer renewed, companies can just shut down those servers and take our access along with them. The best way that I can sum this up is that the games industry has conflated its ability to continue selling something with our ability to continue owning it. Two things that should not, under any circumstances, have anything to do with one another. The only reason they do is because this industry doesn't want to fix the issue that it created, and also they want absolute control. They do not want you guys trading and reselling games because they don't get a cut. And they don't want you playing an old game forever because you're supposed to be buying a shiny new one that they just put out, which honestly could have worked out flawlessly for these guys if any of this made sense. But it doesn't.
I think it makes a lot of sense for sports games because people get traded to different teams. There's, new roster changes, etc. Right? And like you've got to have different stats, different players come in, different players leave, etc. So it makes sense. But well, a lot of video games, you don't really need a new game every year.
Because of that, players around the world organized against it or stopped killing games. We've covered this movement many times in the past. I'm not going to rehash the entire story, but it began with Rockstar Games. Survived pirate software's attempt to stop it, and then it used that controversy to explode onto the world stage. What began as a very niche preservation campaign became one of the most organized and successful movements this hobby has ever seen. I've honestly never been prouder to support something like this. And I'm honestly even more proud of the gaming community as a whole. I think it's really easy for a lot of us just to feel powerless against governments and corporations.
This is talking about the gamer political party. Sweden recalibrate, Vigil. The gamer political party. Gamers interest groups. Gamers political action committee. We have an APAC, right? That's Israel. You have JPAC, which instead of like let's say it's leaving it up with me.
Line of assuming but together. It needs something to be done. It's not going to be paid. It's required signatures. Ross Scott representing consumers. They in European Parliament, the movement has now lost the United States or California introduced AB 9-21 to stop these companies from effectively destroying games that customers had already purchased. That bill has now passed the Assembly, and it's now moving closer to becoming law. Things from way faster than I think most people probably expect. And apparently it's a lot faster than what the games industry expects.
Oh, I told you. Stay here and share
because the organizations that are representing these companies are now moving directly against us. After the European petition reached its goal, Video Games Europe came out in opposition of it. This is a collection of lawyers, lobbyists representing companies including Nintendo, Roblox, Games, Activision, Microsoft, and Ubisoft. They reframed the demand for ownership, exaggerated what it would actually require, and then just kind of dismissed it wholesale. Now, those exact same lobbyists alongside Ubisoft CEO Louis Gillibaum are privately meeting with European officials as they attempt to stop the movement from going any further. The exact same thing is happening right here in the United States. The Entertainment Software Association, or the ESA, a group that claims to be made up of people that love games, full stop, has struck.
You already know that's why.
To action against California's bill. Reality is just another collection of lawyers, like lobbyists that are representing companies, including Amazon, EA, Netflix, and Wizards of the Coast. Just a legion of doom in this case. And last week, they submitted a letter trying to shut down the entire thing. In a letter,
that's great.
Written by the ESA president and CEO, the organization argues that AB 1921 threatens modern online gaming because it fundamentally misunderstands how they're built and maintained. According to the ESA, when the publisher shuts down a server-connected game, the bill would force them to choose between running it indefinitely, rebuilding it to launch it without technical support, or providing...
Why is it that there are so many instances nowadays of debates that are built completely around an intentional misunderstanding? Have you guys noticed this at all? I feel like so many conversations are built around people trying to misunderstand the topic and then building an entire foundation of argument off of that misunderstanding. Isn't it so frustrating? It makes me so mad.
a full refund to every customer, regardless of how long they call or play the
Well,
game.
it's
And
politics.
they're absurd.
It's a certain
This
thing.
legislation is attempting to guarantee that if somebody pays for access to an online game, they can keep that access for as long as they want. Ouch, ratchet. They argue that this is unrealistic because online games depend on enormous and physical infrastructure of online servers, developers, moderators, patches, and ongoing technical support. Even after most players leave, they then claim that that infrastructure would still need to operate at nearly the same cost. They then start pointing to licensed music, likenesses, and branding, arguing that acquiring these games to remain playable for as long as they possibly.
This is like we've created invisible tape and red tape. So the red tape means that we can't have it because we made the red tape. There's no fallback excuse. They can just misunderstand the problem. Yeah. They're trying to reframe the conversation in a way that's beneficial to them. That's all it is.
They could go for, but force these publishers to renegotiate their licenses forever or remove content in a way that changes the creator's original intent.
This is one thing I've also said too, is that if you, this is what I talked about with like, again, this is game video. I don't want to make it like super political, right? But like, if you can't make rent and you can't make your job and like your business work without hiring, for example, like illegal aliens, that doesn't mean that you should be able to hire illegal aliens. It means you don't have a viable business. If your business model is structured around not taking advantage of and not respecting the rights of your consumer, then maybe your business doesn't have a right to exist. Really, think about that. Like, it's like saying, well, I have to pay people under minimum wage or we're not going to make any money. Well, everybody acknowledges that, okay, well, that means you can't have you shouldn't do this thing. But for some reason, we just assume that this stuff is okay. Tell that to the government. Oh, cool.
From there, they argue that keeping old games alive would drain money and resources from creating new ones. Every dollar spent on outdated systems, they said,
And they're right, because then you can't reselling the same slop every year.
is a dollar not spent building a new one, with those costs ultimately being passed down to customers. They also claim that if every game becomes a permanent obligation, publishers will simply make fewer games.
That's what they were trying to convince me against it.
Vicious games like online games, and compare this proposal to expecting companies to continue to support their first car, smartphone, or operating system forever. The ESG
I'm actually getting triggered because, like, okay, so I had a 2001 Mustang. I had a 2001 Mustang until last year. So, what happened is that the Mustang would have a problem. Why? Because I didn't take care of it. And so I would have to take it to another place. Now, you wouldn't take it to the Ford dealership anymore. You would go to a mechanic shop, okay? What we're saying is we want to be able to take these games and these cars to a mechanic shop rather than have to buy the new Mustang. It's so obvious. Even their own metaphors betray them.
They said that this will entirely creating a new category of consumer products, conflicting with American copyright law and disproportionately hurting smaller developers, pointing out that nearly 2/3 of American game companies have fewer than 10 employees. Is that while AB 1921 might sound like a super friendly decision, demanding forever from developers, our creators reduce the number of games being made and ultimately undermine the industry the bill claims to protect. Oh man, doesn't that just sound absolutely shit? What a shit. Wow, devastating. Don't you just want to shed a tear until you realize almost none of... Are you kidding?
I don't play Destiny. I don't know if they understood that this is just fucking...
What they just described is what the bill, or Stop Killing Games, is actually asking for. These states immediately try to reframe and obfuscate the issue, making it an entire discussion about live services. Just the same as pirate software. Maybe that's where they're getting their information. Now, this is a popular misconception, and even some supporters will still repeat it. I'm not throwing any shade here, but Taylor has made multiple videos on the topic and still frames this all around live service games. The crew may have launched this campaign, but today, every single day, live service or not, it still fall under this exact same issue. Physical games aren't even physical anymore. Many of these require additional downloads, and if the servers that are supporting those downloads disappear, well, then the disc just becomes effectively useless. The same can be said for a lot of these digital games. The original Alan Wake was delisted because of music licenses. Spec Ops: The Line,
It's bullshit. It's ridiculous. It's been one of the best forever, except for money. Yeah.
disappeared because of expired partnership licenses. There is a long list of games that have been affected already by this exact same problem. This is not about live service stickers. This is about anything and everything we buy being held hostage behind a 20,000-word end-user license agreement where publishers expressly claim that they can revoke our access whenever they want, for any reason they want, or no reason at all, and that we may even be legally required to do this.
That thing, right? It's like they act like, oh, well, we could just write this in there. Bitch, we tell you what you can write.
Like, you gotta remember, like, we, in a country that's democratic, we are God. We can just tell you what to do. We just make you do whatever the fuck we want. So this whole thing of like, oh, well, it's in the rules. Well, fuck, let's make it to where you can't put in the rules. Like, this whole mindset, like, people are so cucked out of their mind. Imagine coming, like, tell this to George Washington. You'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Property that we pay to these weapons brains plutonium and rich morons trying to use the comparison that manufacturers no longer support the first car smartphone or operating system. That is quite literally the exact contradiction.
Like, Apple even this right to repair shit? I mean, it's not even a good comparison again.
I can point out, you can still use and own those products after official support ends. Those are responsibilities to maintain them, but the manufacturer's not showing up at our door, taking it down and trying to take that stuff away simply because they don't sell or support their stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody is asking for updates, moderation, patches, or being playable. It's not the same thing as being actively maintained.
Yeah.
Such a dishonest refrain.
It's deliberate. It's
to licensing agreement.
Exactly.
The argument they have with that is equally as honest in this case. Losing the right to keep selling a game is not the same thing as gaining the right to erase copies that people already bought. So publishers already remove music, replace content, and delist games when their licenses expire. None of that requires you destroying access for existing owners. Yet they go on to claim that game preservation would somehow drain money away from future games, but that only happens when it's just like, so
how is this like, so it's bad for your business, so you can't do it? So we have to be able to delete your games so we can make more money? Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Companies build no end-of-life plan and wait until the server shut down to deal with. It's ridiculous. If preservation is considered during development, it's a part of their architecture, a part of their plan, without having to be disclosed.
Like, I'll see this game and like watching, bro, like, I can't believe this. Like, if this game came out today that didn't have 7,000 expansions go out and start playing this game looks fucking awesome. Like, I played First Descendant like crazy. Like, they need to make Destiny 3. This looks really cool. Yeah, like, not really. Like, I mean, what the fuck? Like, how would I not know about this? Like, this is because I was in the Loud Cave, right? Damn, I'm actually so sad. You should play. Honestly, bro, like, what if I did start playing this as like a protest? Like, I'm the last. Like, it's like Children of Men, bro. I'm the last player. Dude, I'm thinking about this. The last show. I really, dude, I really, man, like, y'all, post on Reddit if you want to see that. Like, I'm thinking about it right now. I'm thinking about it, because I got like maybe 10 days, to 15 days until I got other games I'm going to play and things I'm going to do.
See, rebuild years later. Keep in mind, the proposed consumer protections have no expectations of games made in the past, and instead, it's all just for games made in the future.
Exactly.
And copyright has nothing to do with this. Owning a copy of a game does not mean you own that intellectual property. I don't know why these guys would try to frame it that way. It just means that you're allowed to continue using something that you paid for. Well, at least I can say that these guys never failed to surprise me. This is an industry that is in open contempt, active contempt in this case, of their own audience. And they believe that their ability to make money off of something needs to be directly tied to our ability to own something, which makes absolutely no sense. And I've always been sense for them. Just a lawmaker